We'll start the meeting off with the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very welcome this morning, or a single member. All right.
Not counting you or what?
I've become a decoration.
He's there working. All right, do I have a motion to accept the meeting minutes of last week?
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Bills for the week, $1,389,823.35. A lot of that was planning commission with grant money.
Right. I said 159. That wasn't that, it was something else. Yeah, 159,000.
All told, that was over 700,000.
Yeah.
Just in grant money. Then they had 95,000 in the auditor's office for appraisal research, and then 112 for public defender. Kind of adds up mostly. So motion to approve that.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye. Now and then, $17,378.68.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Advance of funds from general fund to law enforcement complex, amount of $341,000. So that's grant movement,
What was it again?
it's $341,000.
No, what was the move?
From general fund to law enforcement complex.
Does it say on there what account code it was?
It doesn't say.
Account code 0010.
Let me see.
Wouldn't be for the steel panels.
It might be.
That's what I'm thinking. Is for the steel walls.
I'm
Have you paid the architect yet?
sorry.
You paid the architect yet? Because that project was over $1 million.
Yeah, we paid some, but not all of it.
Okay, partial payment there.
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Transfer of funds, general fund to courthouse restoration, amount of $578,500. That's for program grading. School in Caldwell.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, on that same notion, we transferred the money, or that appropriation from the general fund to courthouse restoration project, $578,500. Same thing. Transferred the money, or appropriated.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Read that email that on the dog warden, on the last one, Edna Seekers, she must have done it at the library. Cause I think she's homeless.
She called you.
Well, I know who she is.
I just printed it off.
Okay, now that we got that same amount appropriated from the general to the courthouse restoration, we're gonna move it from courthouse restoration to contract services. Same one.
So moved.
Second.
There's a dollar insurance counts in there.
Oh, yeah.
Appropriation of funds from general fund to several of the corners of accounts. Forensic supplies, $2,000. Cell phone service, $1,200. Other expenses, $2,000. Uniforms, $280. Travel, $1,200 for a total of $6,680. This is to the corners.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
It's from for the auditor, from marriage license funds of the domestic violence, shelter for the domestic violence for Ross County Community Action to that shelter account. So it's from the marriage license.
So moved.
Second,
I'm sorry, I knew what you said.
yeah, $19,000. Appropriation of funds from the 104 sewer project, contract services, MS Consultants, ARPA money, $673,000.
So moved.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Appropriation from, for Ross County Juvenile Court Care and Custody account to grant administration for $10,937.43. Tax program for FH. This is for 2025 appropriation where we defunded it last year.
So moved.
Total $73,737.43.
Still so moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
This is from the Board of DD to Insurance Direct Services. This is to adjust the insurance obligations by program based on the projected impact of non-wellness rates. That's the accept code thing we were talking about last week, where they aren't paying that anymore. So this is the adjustments for the Board of DD, it was $23,000.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
We got to clean out of the recorder's office for asset disposal. Bunch of 1987 typewriter, keyboard monitor, 2014, Canon copier, 2016. One here that's works, that's a copier, might be able to put on the auction.gov.
Brad will put all that over there anyway.
They like buying them whether they work or not. They must take something out of the inside of them or
It's the
something.
gold,
Is that what's in them? They take something out of it.
gold between
We just sold
the
one.
boards.
We just sold one last month.
Ain't that much gold there.
Sometime 10.
So moved.
Barry said, well, good, because, Brian threw it away on the second thing. Or he picked it up.
Ryan did.
Brian did, yeah.
He's probably got it stored somewhere.
Cat's in the gold already. This is a contract with our V guy. Aviary inspector, multiple counties, appropriation of $4,000. Compensated at $15.45, same rate as last year.
So moved. I was about to ask Kathy if that's it.
It is.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ross County Convention Facility is asking for our our appointments for their board. Convention Facility Authority, that's Steve Neal, Pat McAllister, Scott Grant. They were appointed at their last board meeting and
So moved.
so. Second, all in favor? Well, complex. Talk about that all the time. What was it? Because Chuck Benson, or Jeff Marks appointing Cynthia Shoemaker for the board of football. So we're gonna talk about the law library, their comments.
Okay.
We have a renewal for juvenile court rent over the Folk Block. Did we get information from the new owner there on any rate of adjustments?
Mm-mm.
We
We've
got
not heard
that,
anything from them.
Or do we just want to assume pull the first move of the negotiation?
We probably need to do something because both those contracts need to be signed again.
It needs to be signed today.
Well,
You know, here's one, because that one expired.
the one that
February
we
28th.
pay expires. It was a 5-year contract and this was the last year.
February or March or something like that. isn't it?
February 28th is what I read.
Yeah.
So I think we need to sit down with him.
Well, we're supposed to have a meeting on Thursday. We'll go there and look at it.
I just see that somewhere. Where did I see that?
Yeah, I actually printed those off before we realized that there was a new owner. And I got the email from his daughter. Bubba's daughter.
That was supposed to meet Thursday.
What's that?
I thought we were gonna meet Thursday.
He hasn't got back.
Okay.
He's in West Virginia.
So we're waiting on an answer from him for Thursday.
Yeah.
So it may or may not happen Thursday. Okay.
Yeah, so 28th of February then.
Yeah. $2,000 to $2,250.
So we got a notice from the Los County Recorder about the fee. Letter to inform you that the county recorder shall notify the Board of County Commissioners and Board of Township Trustees of each township within the county board's duty on section 303.11, 303.12, 519.11, or 519. 19.12 of the revised code to file zoning, so resolutions and amendments in the office of the county recorder. Be provided in section 317.32 of the revised code shall be charged for each resolution and amendment filed in the office of the county recorder. One half of the charge goes to the county, the other half will go to the Ohio Housing Trust Fund. Zoning resolution is $50, zoning amendments $20. Understand any of that?
I just know that they do every year, but we have to send out to the trustees.
So this is just,
It's just an information.
2025 version of what we normally do.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Got himself shaken.
I keep saying I'm gonna get rid of this thing, but
And lastly, we have a resolution for recent agreement addendum for the airport farmland. It's a 3-year lease agreement for an additional 3 years for 126.43 acres of farmland located at the Ross County Shoemaker Airport, Union Township, Mark Colburn. Maintaining the effective date of January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2027. So this is a replacement lease agreement for something we already have a lease agreement on. The airport.
What you guys have done in the past is you bid it every 6 years. So you usually give them a 3-year contract, and if they're interested in staying, you
For
give
another
them
3 years.
another 3, and then after that, then you bid it again.
and this is second,
But you can
third.
do it any way you want.
Yeah, this is second, third year.
This would be their this is just a renewal for their second, third year. Yeah.
So moved. So just,
The reason they did that is because a lot of farmers put, chemicals and stuff on the ground, and it costs them money to do that. In 3 years, they don't get their money back supposedly on that. So we've always given them 6 years to do that.
Second, all in favor?
So it's county land, he leases it.
He leases it, yeah. Yeah, he leases that farmland, and then there's some out by the fairgrounds that he leases. I mean, he leases a lot of ground, not just from us, but yeah.
I know, cool.
who has the land out to King County?
That's Metzger.
Okay.
Brad, you have anything?
Oh, I got all kinds of crap. I shouldn't say crap, because it's not crap. Don't believe it if you're out. Let's start with this. This is a young man we interviewed for the airport mowing job that we've had in the past, but left. He came recommended from a guy at the county engineer's office, so we interviewed him. Seems like a great kid. Got a lot of skills, graduated from the Joint Vocational School, small engine repair.
So he can do.
I mean, he's pretty sounds like he's pretty mechanical. Nice young man. You don't have to decide on that today, but
I'm gonna hire him.
yeah,
We might as well get it done.
okay,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
okay.
That's what I was about to tell, so.
Yeah.
I need to sign it.
No, I don't think so. We'll bring some other paperwork in. Yeah, there you
We
go.
might as well just quit and hire him, get it, because
He's ready.
we're down one anyway.
Yeah.
We end up having another
Well,
set, you guys will be out
And I
there.
think you know that Rod got hurt. How long ago, Kathy?
I think it was
On
on
the
the
12th?
12th.
On the 12th, he got hurt unloading bags of salt out of something. He has hernia.
Okay.
So he's gonna have to have surgery. And, he's been on, I mean, he's been on, he worked half a day, gets really sore. We let him go home, but we've been trying to keep him working.
Might as well get that kid and get him started, get all our paperwork together.
Training.
I think you guys are gonna deal with those later.
That and a couple other things.
I've got this document here, which is the matching grant from ODOT for our runway airport project in the amount of $141,833. So they're paying their 5%. You can sign that if you would.
It's already been approved and all that stuff. Anyway. Everything. Okay.
Yeah, so there's the amounts. That's the total amount of the project. That's our share. That's their share. The feds always pay 90%, the state will pay 5%, and then we pay the other 5%.
441,000 versus total project. $2,836,000.
Pretty good deal, huh?
Need a motion on this, or they will?
Yes, please.
Second, all in favor?
If you just sign where that little tab is there.
Any idea when they're gonna start or anything?
Huh?
Any idea when they're gonna start?
Well, it's already been bid and accepted. I'd say as soon as the weather breaks, we're not gonna get rained out and have a mess out there, because they're gonna mill the runway down. Salt cut the cracks out, fix the cracks, overlay, I think 3.5 inches of asphalt, and then groove that, and then build those blast pads at either end. So the runway will be down for probably a month. Let's see. Let's talk about why we're on the airport. I got a call, let me grab my paperwork here. I got a call from John Kosick, which is Jim's older gentleman attorney.
Okay, yeah.
So supposedly Dunkin' Oil is gonna close on Friday. And, once they do close, they've got to give us notice on the, first refusal, parcels or whatever we want. We have 30 days to decide whether we want them or not, once they give us the notice.
My thing is how can they close?
Well, they're closing on the property, on what Jim had in his trust. So it really has nothing to do with the FBO piece.
Okay, but I'm just trying to think, how can they close when the big building and all these other properties that's there? If we have first refusal on it.
Well, that's what's going to happen, is they're going to try to close on it, and then they're going to have to contact us and ask us if we're interested in the stuff. And if we are, they're going to have to give us a price.
As I said, my thing is what's their breakdown on that?
Well, we don't have it yet. So what we do have is the mid-flight house. They want $265,000 for that house. And, supposedly they're getting $2,000 a month rent in the big hangar from
That's like,
MedFlight.
That's the only person that's running the thing.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
You know, they
Last
used
time I was
to,
out there, and
they used to use it for other stuff, but they're the only ones in there, as far as I know.
when his mechanic left, it was helicopter mechanic left. Columbus PD no longer brings their helicopter
Right.
down. So that lost part of that.
So-
So my thing is, if they want $265,000 for a house at MedFly, well, how much are they gonna want for that?
I don't know yet. I won't know until they start to close, and then once they close, they'll come to us and they'll give us a price in 30 days to decide what we want. And, you know, the other properties out along Stone Road, from what I understood in talking with him, that they're not interested in it. Duncan's not.
See, we got a part-time player coming.
So, but they're interested in the MedFly because MedFly's using the building and paying them money. Nobody's doing
Well, he
they're
gave,
not making any money on.
so he gave me an amount, $2,000 a month rent on that hangar. Isn't a lot of money.
Right.
And, if they don't stay as the FBO, I don't know why they'd want any of it. But that brings me to the point of the FBO. I believe that Mr. Kosick has had a conversation with Jeff too. And we all know how busy Jeff is on criminal cases. I just don't know that. I'd like to talk about this later. We'll talk about this later. At least that piece, yeah.
I agree.
I'd like to talk about that. So that's one thing that's happened at the airport. Yesterday, we had a call and we got this first. These are what you see on FMX. So this came from Danny Cashier. So in the morning, they went out there and they tried to start the place up. And when they turned the heat on, the main breaker in the building kicked on. And it smelled hot. So then they turned it off. They left it off for a while and they called us. And then they turned it back on while we were coming out there. And it tripped again. So I actually, David, because that's South Central Power, asked him if they had an after hours number. And we ended up calling SOS Electric to come out and look at it. It's underground wire that goes into the building and comes up in a breaker box. And after SOS got South Central to turn the power off so they could start messing around with it, they found that the lug nut inside when it was installed was never tight, never had any grease on it. So it sounds like we're gonna end up having to replace the breakers, the breaker box, because it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a fire hazard, and I think that's pretty much what SOS said too. So I've asked Scott to give me a price to repair it. Okay. I'm gonna say it's gonna be around, probably $7,000 to put a new box in it and new breakers and,
Fix that nut.
well, they're gonna take that out and put all new stuff in there.
Didn't tighten the nut.
That's what he said. That's what he told us. And, after a while, it just, it sparks and it corrodes and just eats its way out of there. So, yeah, that's what we got. So that was, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna talk about the FBO stuff later. Okay. Got that green, got this here now. This is, I guess I'll get through some stuff from last week. Last week, we had the pre-construction meeting for the jail cell project and met with the contractor. They've given us a start date of February the 3rd. They're ready to go. We think we're ready to go. The BAD was there. They thought the project was good. We talked about the other project as well while they were there. So they're gonna probably move in before the 1st, just mobilize, but they plan on starting on the 3rd. So that's a good thing. That project's underway. We also last week gave a tour of the service center for the cleaning. We had 2 contractors look at that. All the contractors, anybody interested has to submit by January the 31st. So we'll have their proposals by then to decide what we're gonna do in that building. Jody Walker was kind enough to walk around with us through most of the building too, which was helpful because that way he's able to tell them what they expect, what they want to see. We got that from Ron Nichols on the other end too.
When's First Capital?
It ends the 31st of March, so we're good until then. You want me to get there?
$5,000 for that property. It's appraised at $26,000.
Okay. So we can tell them we want to do appraisal. Because it's certainly gonna go closer to 28,000 than 243,000, whatever they're asking.
All right.
Otherwise, they're just trying to.
Ladies, how are you? Good.
So even the other property beside it only appraised at $25,000
What's that?
out there at the airport.
Oh, what about it?
It's appraised at $26,000 and $25,000.
That's what they paid us?
Now, that's what it's appraised at.
Oh. When was the last time it was appraised?
Well, I'm talking about Jim's property where the,
Oh, the two out front?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're probably, I mean, there's no buildings on them, it's just land. But I don't, from when I talked to John, he said Teresa's just not interested and, I think they just want to close that trust out and be done. Is really what they want to do. So he's pushing to get the Duncan oil piece purchased, which we all know what that is. But if they're not going to be there running the airport, I don't think that they're interested in, keeping any of it, but they're not going to give it away, I don't think either.
well, I'm sorry, the house where the net flight is $152,000. But the other two out front, they're appraised at $25,000 and $26,000.
Yeah.
They're wanting that $265,000 for that spot because they're getting paid for.
Yeah, well, he said the $2,000 was rent in the big hangar. I don't know what the rent is on the house. Because I believe they're also paying there. Now, maybe that's not.
Maybe together.
I don't know if that's together or not. He only said that was what they were getting out of the hangar. Seeing for somebody, if they're not there, why would they want to mess with any of that?
My thing is you got a company dealing with nothing but petroleum. That's the only thing they do.
Yeah.
Well, if they think that just because they're buying Jim's part of it, that we have to use them for that petroleum fill up, that fuel fill up out there. We don't have to.
No, we don't.
We can just tell them to,
I mean, but
get all this
I
stuff out.
think that's, yeah. I mean, whoever we purchase fuel from for that fuel farm, I think that's minuscule, but
Right.
Well, this is their first step in the farm for aviation fuel, isn't it? Did they ever sold aviation fuel?
well, that I don't know.
That I
It
don't
may not be.
I think that's what they told us. when they-
That may be true. Yeah, that may be true. Trying to get in the aviation
Right.
business, right?
Because remember, they're putting all of that, every property that Jim's got everywhere.
Well, to me, that's what they're buying.
Yeah.
They're buying that company, all those transport deals that he has. I mean, it's just like what happened with us at the fairgrounds. We had Deerson providing fuel to us for years. And then when he went out of business and went to Likens, and we had Likens, and we had them for a long time. And then they were purchased by World Fuel. And we had World Fuel just because they keep selling your account. You know what I'm saying that? They just sell your account. Well, now we're getting fuel from a co-op in Lancaster, which we didn't even know. We never had any conversations with them about anything. And I'm sure that's what if he wants to get into Jet A fuel and Jim had a great business, that's what he bought, I think.
And that's what I think they're buying now, because, they're really not, what do they want to do with
I don't know.
Well, I think we gotta settle on, FBO.
Well, that's what I want to talk about. That's what I want to talk about here in a minute, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see what.
Because the other thing, that while we're still in the airport thing, we got people who want to come out to the build, and we keep holding off.
What happened?
It's gonna put a bind in.
Well, that's what I want to talk about here in a minute. Okay. Yeah. So this week, we're also meeting with Charlie. I had a conversation with Charlie about the sewer project, and he really had no understanding of what that project was. And because it's coming down 104, it's going to affect some county roads, and we have to cross them, whether we open cut them or bore underneath of them. I thought it was important to bring him, on board and let him understand what we're doing. So he's going to meet with us on Wednesday at 1:00 in here. You guys are welcome if you want to come in or you want to pull it up online. I can send you the link just to talk about the project as a whole and make sure he understands where we are, what we're doing. Because it's getting closer. I mean,
So
it's,
it's tomorrow, right?
yes, tomorrow at 1, and I'll send you the link. Let's go to the VA project. We all know that we got $500,000 from the state for that, plus the money that you guys gave, Convention Visitors Bureau gave, and what is it, what were we just talking about? Yes, what's that called? Facilities Authority.
Yeah.
Okay, so they gave, between you three, they gave 500, the state's giving 500. The project is to rip up the old AstroTurf, put new AstroTurf down, and it is AstroTurf by the AstroTurf company. And then they've already torn down the outfield wall and to build a new wall. Well, everybody knows that government doesn't move as fast as business does all the time. And when you're getting money from the state, there are things you have to do. And so in working on this project, when we got this grant money, I wrote an email, I've done it twice now, to the state asking them if we had to bid this project. And they said, we do not require any of our folks that receive funds to bid their project. I asked that once, and then when I had a conversation with Ben, I asked it again, and they said the same thing. Because we're a municipality, our laws say we have to bid the project. Unless we use a consortium, like the state contract, and there's a few of those out there. And the one that I'm going to talk to you about now is called Sourcewell. And it just so happens that AstroTurf is a member of Sourcewell. So what I'm going to ask you to do is allow me to join Sourcewell so that we can hire AstroTurf, because that's the company that Brian wants to use to put the turf down. And we've already told them that they could start, but they can't start until we get through this little process. So if you let us join Sourcewell, then we'll be able to source them for this project and they can get started. Haven't figured out what we're doing with the contractor for the wall yet, because I'm not sure they're members of Sourcewell. They may be. We haven't looked at that yet. We're more concerned about getting the turf down than we are the wall right now, and we're going to work through that. We may have to rebid that. I don't know yet. I don't know what we're going to do with that one yet.
It's cost for membership.
Nothing.
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 I like them already.
I knew you did.
So moved.
This is a resolution here.
I like them already. That's it.
Thank you, sir. The last thing I have is the elevator in the LCND bank is inoperable. So the doors on that elevator, of course, it's a 1959 elevator. The rollers on it have worn out, so you got metal rubbing metal every time the door opens up. So we asked them to give us a price, $12,000 to fix it. It's hard to do that when you know you may not be in there, but for how long, I don't know. But I asked, I didn't like the way the proposal was written. It said for the, I don't even know what it is. It was stupid. It was for the betterment of the rider. Well, do we, is there a cheaper option than $12,000 to put on there? So I asked him to call them and check with them and see. I'm not worried about the comfort of the rider at this point if we're not thinking about keeping that building. I don't want to put $12,000 in a building we're going to end up moving out of at some point, maybe soon, so. So as soon as I get some back.
So that it's not handicap accessible right now.
It isn't. So
Is the elevator still working?
the doors just won't open on it. Yeah, that's not real good.
WD-40.
I mean, if you think we ought to go ahead and fix it,
But not $12,000.
I mean, I might have something back today. And I should have the quote from SOS on the electric at the airport too today, so before you guys leave, I hope we'll have that. Okay. That's all I got for now.
Thank you very much.
Didn't bleed to death there.
Brad, did they get the heat working last week?
Where? I think so, yeah.
Okay. I was on the phone.
I know they called you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not quite the same as having you in the place, but that's how it goes.
Yeah.
I do have this quote for the airport here. Print it off,
Electric panel.
print it off here.
It's electric panel.
Yeah.
The problem is, it's something we gotta have.
I know.
Isn't this the most exciting thing you've ever sat through?
It's a bit more entertaining than going to my dad's office when I was a kid. He's an insurance agent, so that's
Not to exceed $5,500. Between 45 and 55.
So moved.
Second. Favor?
Aye.
Sign it down there anyway, Jack. We'll sign the page. Not big enough, but anywhere you want it down there's one, I'm sure.
That's something we got, it's, gotta let the building burn down. Gotta let the building burn down.
Right.
Folks with. Did they, Brian,
Yes, sir.
did they fix it so we can use?
Yeah, it's working now. They
Okay.
tightened it up, but it's gotta be fixed.
I just wanted to make sure that they wasn't sitting out there. in the
No, they
dark.
got it, once South Central showed up and shut the power down, then they got in there and worked on it. That's how they found out what was wrong with it.
Okay.
Took it all apart and looked at it.
Who your dad?
Mark Wiley.
Mark Wiley?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, C.D. Wiley's
Yeah.
son, if you remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a bit more successful than Dad is.
Yeah. I think, I know a girl that works there.
I don't know her name, but I know we did have a little comment every once in a while. It was a different color.
Her son, I don't know, her son helps me.
It's a living.
Yeah.
So it was extremely boring as a
I
kid.
know.
So that was just. So
I think we need one more.
I'm just trying to figure what do they want? Yes, see if Jeff or Jerry's downstairs.
My name's.
See if one of them can come up here.
For the budget?
Yeah, for that. We're gonna want you to explain more to what we can. Why. Let's use it a pair of shorts and flip flop.
Jerry went.
Yeah.
Since it was election season, the job description was like constituent outreach and stuff like that.
Hey, are you available by chance to come up and talk with the veterans about their budget? Okay. 10:00. Yeah. Just need to ask for it. Okay, yep, gotcha. Okay, thanks. Yes, they both will be up here.
Okay.
He said they had a kind of an impromptu meeting with them earlier last week. And,
So why are they doing that?
because I don't think they quite understand that you guys control the funds and that if they need more money, all they have to do is come and ask you. Instead of just giving it to them when they don't spend it.
Yeah.
That's what the problem is, that they understand that they can
Gotta hear
ask.
it twice.
Huh?
Have to hear it twice.
Did we just go through that here a couple of years ago, same thing?
They forgot.
So we got, are we having Alexis and Ryan come up for the dog warning meeting?
Yes, they're.
They're gonna be here. Don't want it.
Yeah, 'cause make sure that one of you knows that that's not a request, it's an order. What about
I
this,
told her anybody that was involved in the incident.
what about this high on the dog?
And everything. Firearms, lights and sirens and all that.
Glad side of town.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's still, he's probably on his way back from Washington DC, probably.
Anybody see him on TV?
I didn't,
I looked for him, but I didn't see him.
Yeah, I didn't see him.
I didn't see Mark Johnson either.
as I said, I didn't see Mark Johnson, I didn't see,
I was looking for him.
trying to think who did I see?
What do you think they all ended up in the Capital One Center? And you think that's where they ended up?
Out Nicole.
As I said, I figured they ended up out
I'll
cold.
say they're in the
Another-
street, yeah.
The rotunda was packed, you know, I mean,
They said there was only so many tickets to get in. That
Right.
nobody else, even though you bought a ticket, you're in the street.
yeah.
You snacking out there and celebrating?
Yeah, it's a good night last night. Lots of fun.
Yeah, there was almost a mutiny at the postmark. The guy that was running the TV and the Wi-Fi and everything kept losing signal.
Did it
Really, key points in the game, man, it just frees up on us when
Oh, man.
we're already to push it down. So we're not at that time.
Did you?
I think, I haven't seen it in my house. Stay warm, not to go anywhere. I can-
Charlie Orton called me over
I could drink much liquor I want to in the house when I'm about driving home.
Charlie called me over the weekend, talked about a couple things, and then he says to me, "Are you going to that thing Monday night?" I told him, "No, I think I'm just gonna stay home." It's like, I think that's what I want to do too. I know my stuff at the house is gonna work. When you set up a TV screen somewhere else,
Yeah.
it's always kind of,
50/50. Yeah.
yeah. So,
And we were looking through a bunch of people trying to see the TV.
Yeah.
They was at the, tabletop level.
yeah.
So everybody that was sitting at the table in front of you was up on the screen, just in the way.
Good turnout though, right? Didn't they have
Pretty
good?
good turnout.
Yeah, that's good.
It wasn't Lincoln Day dinner by any means.
Well, yeah. I mean,
It was like a last minute run to Kroger snacks.
8 degrees on a
Couple
Monday night.
meal for $30. Thank you very much.
That'll do that.
But good turnout.
Good turnout, right result.
Yeah. Cohort and crime.
Jerry. We like to call them the cohort in compliance. A little more positive.
The cohort for compliance or the cohort in compliance?
In compliance.
Cohort avoiding compliance.
Jack said he went to a big gathering, but TV trouble, so he checked out ahead of time.
It's just not better. Son and his wife went down on the floor, and so we're down there watching. It's like,
That's too much money to spend to risk it.
Did you see it?
I saw it. Crazy. I know that it's good.
What time is the historical society coming?
They are gonna be around noon 30, about noon.
News text me pictures last night. They're the same unit.
What were those seats like for him? I mean, down low?
Well,
Yard line?
I don't know where the seats were, but he sent me pictures when that guy Travis Scott was at the halftime show.
Yeah, yeah.
He sent me pictures of his kids with Travis Scott.
Oh, really? Yeah, he's down on the field. It's also really good.
He sent me another one of his kids with Stephen A.
Who was down on the field?
Guy I know,
Oh, is that right?
yeah, a guy I know took his family of 7 to the game, all of them. And then he's texting me pictures of his kids with Travis Scott
No kidding.
and Stephen A. Smith.
Huh.
I'm thinking to myself, where are you sitting that you're hanging out with these guys?
But he must have some cash.
Well, yeah, for sure,
Yeah,
but apparently a little more than I realized.
yeah.
Because I'm thinking to myself, that's probably like
half my annual salary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's
do,
crazy.
especially get on the field.
Well, so then I sent him a picture of my son standing next to the TV and I said, we're hanging out with AJ Hawk.
See where we live.
You know, let him know we saw the same game.
Exactly.
That's cool.
Yeah. And, yeah,
And you were pretty comfortable, right?
Yes, I was.
LeBron James, I saw that some shots in my suit, in a box somewhere.
oh, yeah.
That right there made him the greatest fan of all time.
Yeah.
That's what he thought.
The thing that would kill me, I've spent money on tickets before, nothing like that, but it would kill me to spend that much money to go to a game and then you lose. Damn. You know, if you win, it's the best thing ever, but if you lose.
See where, Gray went,
Saw that.
had the box seats.
He must be doing all right out there.
Well, he said something about somebody gave him the box seats and it cost him anything.
That's nice.
Somebody probably had to make a choice with the inauguration or go to the game, or they would have tickets.
Could be, yeah.
Something to do with somebody he knows who lives for these people that has a box seat. in the stadium.
You know, I've had season tickets for years at the Buckeye games, and I would have loved to gone, but I started looking at the ticket prices and, you know, we got pretty good tickets at the shoe, and then to go down there and sit in the nosebleeds for $700,000, you know.
Yeah.
No thanks, I'd rather sit at home and watch it.
He said something about that.
65-inch TV, you know.
I said, the average ticket, average price was $2,200.
I believe that. I mean, the ones that I looked at.
$4,088.
I saw him in the 4,000s.
Well, I mean, they're talking about average. They're talking about the average of the whole stadium.
That's what this was.
This was the highest average of a ticket for a college football.
I think Red Braden took his family.
Yeah.
All his kids that he's talking about.
Yeah.
After Ohio State played all their players $20 million and whatever they was talking about, I don't know what the heck they was talking about. So Ohio State has the limo of the college football team, college football.
ESPN interviewed a guy before the game that had been to all these college games.
You seen that?
Saw that, yeah. 104.
Yeah.
Well, that one was 104 games this year
Yeah.
This year.
he'd been to. She asked him, she said, well, what's your favorite food at all these stadiums? He goes, I don't eat food, it costs money at these games. He goes, we're trying to save money going from game to game.
Yeah.
How do you go to 104 games? Man,
Well, he's got an online presence, so he's funded probably. through-
Yeah, I was gonna say his Facebook page and all that stuff like that gives him money. You know they do.
but they did bring him all that food.
Yeah.
Brought him all the food from the stadium.
But he was up top, so did you see that?
Yeah, he was clearly top.
I don't know, I guess.
He was in the last seat in that
Yeah,
last group.
up against the wall.
He was there.
Yeah, he was
He was there.
I was there, comfortable. I was
What a game.
over 10 feet away from the TV.
You ready?
Nice and warm.
Come on in, folks.
Watched it on 75-inch
Come on in
TV.
if you would.
Left the garage out of 65-inch TV and went to the house and watched it on 75.
You didn't have to crawl over a lot of people to get out of your row or anything.
Didn't have to. My wife sat in her chair and I sat on the left seat. We
Oh,
grabbed her
Mr. Glass isn't back from the inauguration.
That's
Good to see you.
good seeing you. How you doing, sir?
Good, going well.
He did so.
Was he excited to get to go?
Wanted to go at least.
I guess he was. I didn't see him, so I don't know if he was there or not. I tried to see him when they didn't see
I
him.
would just be excited to see Carrie. That's all I would care about. Carrie.
Good morning, folks. This morning. What's that? You call this meeting? What we got?
Well, we just had some questions and wanted some clarification on what was happening. So back in May, we had asked for our half mil figure from the auditor. And let's see here. He was unable to give that to us. He said that, well, verbally, he told me that there was an audit, a state audit going on. And he wasn't able to give us that figure at the time.
I can address that if you'd like.
Yes.
So the half mil figure refers to the county's total assessed valuation. And Stacy and I talked several times last year. The best I could tell her right up until December was to use the 2024 figure because those valuations are approved by the State Department of Taxation. So I didn't have a 2025 figure until like December. And so Stacy, I think I gave you that figure in December, and it's something like 932,000 for 2025. Last year it was 919,000. So my advice to Stacy was to use the 919,000 figure as a placeholder until we got a final figure. But now we do have that final figure.
So
932.
I got that budget figure after I had to ask you for it, and I got it in January 3rd to be exact. So yeah, not in December, but in January I did get that from you, but I had to ask for it again after multiple times.
So half mil brings in how much?
This year, for the 2025, how much is it? 932,668.99.
Okay.
Okay, so then, in the fall, when I came in before you guys, which Mr. Garrett was still there, myself and some of my commissioners, I had reported that to you guys. I gave you my approximate 2025 budget, which back in the spring, when I had presented it to you guys had given me a tentative approval of what I'd given you. And then in the fall, we met and I explained to you guys that I didn't have the full 0.5 mil because I didn't have it from Mr. Langer. So you guys told me to come back once I had that, and nothing was approved, fully approved. I still was at the tentative approval from the spring. And I said, okay, no problem. Thinking that because from what I had spoken with Jeff by email, that I would get it in a couple weeks. Again, I never got it until January 3rd. So then in January, there was some issues with our carryover purchases, and I spoke to one of the employees, and she sent me our budget report for 2025, and it was vastly different than what had been tentatively approved for back in the spring. And we weren't made aware of any changes to the budget and not told that anything different had been done or that you guys had voted on anything different. So that's what we were asking for clarification on what had happened and what was going on.
What did we approved in the spring? It
No,
was different from,
yeah, it's completely different from what,
We wouldn't approve anything in the spring anyway. It was just to look at, it's just to look at a budget.
yeah.
In
So
the-
it was a tentative approval in the
We
spring.
don't approve that. We won't approve. It's
Okay.
not approval.
Okay,
It's just, we have everybody bring their budget in about halfway through the year so we can take a look at it,
right,
see what they want for the next coming year for
Okay.
2025.
okay,
So it's not an approval or a budget that we give to you.
okay,
It's just that you send a budget to us. Every department sends a budget to us. We take a look at it. It's not an approval or not.
Okay.
If it helps, think of what takes place in the spring and then even over the summer in some cases as a request. Nothing's approved until the commissioners adopt the full budget, which historically has taken place at the end of the year.
Okay, so in June 21st of 2024, I got an email from Mr. Lehner that he had entered our budget into the software. Looks great to me, and my recommendation to the commissioners when the time comes will be to adopt it without any amendments. So that was the last that I had heard.
What was that number?
That was in June.
Yeah, the
So I-
932.
So I can speak to that. That's not right, Bob. So my mistake in that was that when I saw the request, I had a full mill figure in my mind. And so when I saw that they'd requested a half mill, I said, okay, great. Well, that was a mistake on my part because when we went back and looked at the statute actually provides for up to 1/2 mill. So in my mind, when I sent Stacy that email, and Stacy, you and I discussed this last week.
Yeah, and I told you again, that's the ORC does not say up to,
Yes, it
Jeff.
does.
No,
We
it
can
does
show you
not.
that.
I
But-
printed it off.
Okay.
What number is that from the ORC?
ORC 5901.11,
5901.
5901.11.
But back to the email, Stacy, as you and I discussed last week, what I was thinking was that you had requested half of what the VSC could get up to, and I thought, okay, they're trimming their own budget. But when I reviewed the statute, I saw that you made the request for the full amount, and then from there, you look at the historical spending pattern, and that's what justifies the commissioner's decision to cut that appropriation request back. Because historically, the VSC spends about $600,000 a year. The commissioners have appropriated close to $760,000 this year. So the question, as you and I discussed last week, is do you guys expect to spend 25% more this year than you did last year?
And again, Jeff, what I was explaining to you was that the VSC, what we do is historically, you can go all the way back to when Jonna's dad was the director. We have always turned money back in. And now the budget that we've turned in has always been different, depending on the veterans' needs. But we always get the full amount at first, and we go by what the veterans' needs are. And then we turn in at the end of the year what we cannot use for our veterans. And that's how we do our budget. Now, what I was using as an example for Jeff downstairs was one of the things that was cut was my budget for the markers for our veterans' graves. I asked for $25,000. Unfortunately, our veterans are dying, and a lot of them. Right now, we are seeing our Vietnam veterans dying, and they're rising. The suicide rate for our veterans for the Gulf War, OEF, OIF, is increasing. It's not going down. So I'm going to need more markers. They are expensive. So I increased my budget for that. When I looked at the budget that I was not given any knowledge of, it was cut down instead of increased. Now, sirs, with all due respect, that is not right.
And sir, as you walked around the cemeteries, we also have responsibility as a county for replacement of markers that have been hit by lawnmowers, that have been taken, any variety of reasons why. There's a grave that's clearly a veteran's grave because it's on the headstone from the family. It says the unit he served in during World War I, but there's no marker there. So that is tacked on to.
And we're responsible for every single veteran's grave in the county.
Are you guys aware that the commissioners cut the sheriff's budget by like $2.5 million this year?
I'm not talking about anyone else's, I'm talking about veterans.
But the point, I think, Stacy, as we discussed several times now, is that the commissioners are appropriating to actual need, okay? And the idea
And I am
that
talking about a need for my veterans.
it's a need that the VSC has never demonstrated. You guys spend about $600,000 a year. and the
I'm
commissioners
talking
have
about a
made
need that we have right
$760,000
now
available.
for my veterans.
And as we discussed, the commissioners have made clear many times that when you have a need, they will accommodate it. Udi, aren't you a veteran yourself?
Yes,
Of course.
May I say something?
yes.
Last year, we did 104 funerals. This year, so far, 7. If you look at the numbers and what day it is, we need our markers, we need our budget. There's a lot of veterans. This cold winter we having right now, it affects all veterans, especially our homeless veterans. So I just don't understand why you guys went ahead and did something like this without even notifying us that you was cutting our budget. It says we get that meal.
It does not.
It does not say all.
It says that not to exceed 5/10 of a meal per dollar in the assessment value of the property of the county.
Not to exceed, yes, sir.
As in up to,
It
Yes, sir.
did not say
Does not
that.
say up to, sir.
it says not to exceed $500,000. And prior to that, it speaks to actual need
Yes,
of
sir.
the commission.
And,
So if
and
you guys
and we only
consistently demonstrate
use-
a need of
we only use
$600,000,
what we need.
if you
Every year,
consistently
we have
demonstrate a need of
demonstrated that.
$600,000,
Every
why do you
year.
need an appropriation of $900,000?
And we turn in back in every year what we do not use.
Understand that. Our job is to present a balanced budget.
Budget.
Yes, sir.
And in order to do that, we have to approximate, just like everybody approximates
Yes,
their
sir.
expenses. Your department's no different than anybody else.
Yes, sir.
And we have historical, incremental records that tell us what you actually spent per year
Mhm,
over the last 5 years.
Mhm.
And if something changes from that,
mhm.
and it's just more responsibility with taxpayer money.
Yes, sir.
And that's what we want to do. We want to know what we're going to spend and get real good at that.
Yes, sir.
And then if we don't, if something happens where we have a lot of veterans that died and you need to do the markers, and we get that. We'll appropriate that money.
As I said, then you can come back to us and ask for that amount again,
Mhm,
to appropriate that amount.
mhm.
We can appropriate up to that
I do.
5/10 of a meal. But just because it's not there now, let's say that you need, let's say the marker, we cut the markers down to $20,000 instead of 25.
That's what was done.
Okay, I'm just throwing that number.
Mhm,
And you need another $5,000 in that to buy some more markers.
yes, sir.
All you do is come to us.
Mhm.
That's
I'll
all.
make that
Are you, and
appropriation.
we'll make that appropriation.
When you have slush funds, and I'm not talking about how you run your department or how you do your finances, but anybody else that has slush funds, it's a use it or lose it mentality. And they start buying things they don't need, and they start wasting taxpayers' money.
Mhm.
And we're not gonna stand for that.
Yes, sir.
So if
Definitely
you
not.
have a legitimate need that you wanna come to us, you wanna start a new initiative
Mhm,
and need more funds,
mhm,
we'll take a real good look at that. We like good ideas,
mhm.
and we like responsible spending.
And it's the same thing with the sheriff's department. Sheriff's department comes in every year, he asks for, just to remember this out, he asks for $15 million. We know his budget is $13 million once we get done. And then it comes to the end of the year of 2024, and he was carrying over $2 million. Well, I'm not gonna give him $15 million plus the $2 million he carried over, makes it 17. I'm gonna use that $2 million to help fund part of that budget that we showed.
Mhm.
So if he has a budget he appropriated, or he wanted $15 million budget, he has $2 million carryover, I'm only gonna give him 13
Mhm.
because he has that $2 million carryover. And that's the same thing with you guys. Same thing with the sheriff. The sheriff needs something, all you do is make an appropriation to us.
And what did we do with that sheriff carryover? We gave his deputies raises so he could get fully staffed. And we have more deputies on patrol now than we've had since 2007. That's the kind of intelligent investments we want to make.
But the thing is let's say that you get, the half mil is $930,000, okay? But your budget's only $600,000 because we showed that over the last 5 years, you only spent up to $600,000. So why should I give you more money to let it sit in your budget? We don't have to. We could just give it to you at the end. If you're only gonna spend $600,000, why should I give you $900,000?
When at any time we can come to you and.
Oh, you just come to us and make an appropriation.
We would get it up to 900,000 if we asked it.
That's what's available.
That's what's available to you. It's not gonna say you're gonna get all that.
So when you guys make your decisions with the commissioners, the vendor commissioners' input, does that seem logical? I don't believe so.
Now, say that again now.
Okay, when you guys make your decisions as the commissioners, without the input of the veteran commissioners or the office, I just don't
We
understand.
do that to everybody.
We have the
When
data.
we sit down and have a budget
Your
hearing.
actual spending.
Yeah.
To base that on. We are responsible for maintaining the money of the county and providing balanced budgets to all departments. And a balanced budget is you come and ask this amount of money to do this, to run these programs, to do these new initiatives that you want to improve the services for the veterans. We're all interested in hearing it. And we know that costs money. And we'll expand your budget to pay for that. But to have a slush fund,
We don't have a slush fund.
well, yeah,
Yeah.
you do, because you have a history of not spending what we give you.
Which is classified as. Yes.
Think of it this way, if the Veteran Service Commission, we can see, according to the data, spends $600,000 a year. Some years it might be 590, other years it might be 610. And all of a sudden this year, you guys spend the full 757,000 that you're appropriated. Don't you think there's gonna have to be a damn good explanation for that? And then you
Increase
go
in
beyond
programs,
that,
yes.
then you go beyond that, and these commissioners are telling you that they will fund any additional needs beyond that. It's not a matter of them cutting your budget. It's a matter of them saying, you don't spend what you're appropriated. And it's better for the commissioners to stay on top of that and make sure, not just in your agency, but in all of the agencies in county government, that if there's a problem, we know about it right away.
You know, we're all for improving the programs for veterans. And we will pay for those improved programs. But you gotta bring them to us and justify the expense. We're all for it. Nobody's holding back veterans benefits here.
So where in the meeting minutes did you guys approve our budget?
We really approved the budget. We approved the budget December the 30th.
That's when we approved all of it.
That's when we approved the entire budget.
We reviewed your budget prior to that,
Okay, but
line by line.
when was that? What date
I'd
was
have
that?
to go back and look. We did that in these meetings.
It would have been at one of the Monday meetings.
It's a Monday meeting that's open.
December 30th is when you guys approved our budget?
Yes, if you want to say if that's your budget, yeah, we approved the whole county budget. And your budget was in that whole
So,
entire.
but when you discussed our budget, it was in what?
Earlier in December.
It was, earlier in December.
So I can go to the library and pull that and see the minutes for that meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well-
There's no detail in there. It's
Yeah,
just-
There's no details in there?
detail?
Why not?
It's just budget hearings.
It's just budget hearing.
Covers all the office.
Yeah.
So there's no recordings or anything of you guys discussing anything about our budget?
I don't know. When did we start recording these meetings?
It wasn't until January.
This would have been a conversation that took place at one of the Monday meetings between mid-November and December 30th. And the process goes that the commissioners and I and the staff members look through each of the departments line by line and look at historical spending, look at opportunities to trim, to produce a balanced budget, because that's a priority for the commissioners. And it's one I support 100%. But the final product was adopted on December 30th.
Yeah, what we also look at is the narrative of what you have in mind to do new for that year that might cost more money.
Yeah, 'cause I know we had some updates from springtime, but it would've been nice if we renewed, or we could come in and tell you what we got on our mind before you actually make your final decisions.
That was, it's supposed to be taken care of in the submittal that you provide. Whether it's early spring or whether there's updates leading up to September.
Well, I was told,
Did you send us a final budget in November or December?
no, because you guys told me since I didn't have the final figure to come back when I
Yeah, She
did.
was waiting on numbers.
But Stacy,
So-
even if that's the case,
So then,
even if that's the case, the figure you had for 24 was 919,000. The figure you had for 25 is 932,000. You spend $600,000 a year, and the commissioners have given you 757,000 right now, with the understanding that if you have a need beyond that, they're willing to make an appropriation to address it. I don't know why we have to go through this kind of friction for something that it seems like you and I were on the same page on last week, Stacy.
Jeff, again, I would like everyone to be on the same page. So I'm wanting to make sure that everyone knows exactly, I think I should have been involved. We all should have been involved from the get-go. Like I said, I think,
I'm not gonna sit there and let you micromanage my job. I'm gonna let you do that.
sir, I'm not trying to micromanage anything.
I know, but
I just want
I don't,
people to
when we
be
have a
aware.
budget hearing, it's the auditor's office and the commissioner's office.
And you're welcome to
And
attend.
you're
I
welcome
was
to attend,
always-
it's open to the public.
And that's what all I was wondering was, because the last I heard was that I was told to come back from you guys when I had the right figure. So that's all I was doing and all I was told.
So-
So that's what I
So,
was.
so what you want $932,000 in your budget.
No,
and you're
sir,
only
that's
gonna
not
spend-
what I'm
And
saying.
you're only gonna spend
I'm saying that
$600,000.
all I was doing was what I was told.
Okay.
So I didn't know there was going to be anything else done with my budget until I got that figure.
I can,
Because
I can see where this is.
the county commissioners told me to wait and come back when I had that figure.
Yeah, we did say that.
So, sir, that's all I was doing.
Okay.
I'm not trying to micromanage anything.
I mean, I took it as you wanted to sit down and watch it.
No,
do one
sir.
thing.
No,
And you can
sir.
do that, but
No, sir,
that's what we're doing.
definitely not. I'm definitely a soldier, sir.
Yes, you are.
I was told to do one thing, so that's what I did.
Okay.
Does the Veteran Service Commission expect to spend 25% more this year than it did last year?
That was never anything that I was trying to say from the get-go here. I was just trying to say that I was told one thing, and then I was shocked, because here I am trying to send over a PO to the auditor's employees, and then I'm getting back with a line saying, you don't have that money appropriated in there. And I'm like, but in my budget, the last thing I had $25,000 appropriated in that line item. No one told me anything any different, that anything had been decided, anything different than what I had from the spring. It was a complete shock.
When we go through our
Then-
budget review, do we send it to the departments when we make adjustments?
We don't. I don't know.
I had no idea.
I mean, the departments are notified when they get their appropriations, but as far as a memo, we don't send anything. Kathy, I don't know if you guys send anything.
No.
But even, I mean, in the worst case scenario, quote unquote, all of the departments find out what their appropriations are that first week of January. So I don't even think this is a matter of lack of communication. We have departments.
To me, it was.
Well, Stacy, I gotta tell you, the only department that we're hearing this from, and
Well,
we have
they
something
have
like,
something that's different. She didn't know where her starting point was.
Right.
A lot of the other departments have an idea of what grants they have, what income levels they have, that they projections. She's way on a number. I kind of
So-
get this.
Your last number or the number that, for your budget, what you're looking at is how much?
I was looking at 919, that's what he gave me, and I had that email. And
that's what you
then,
had
and then in
before.
June, I got an email from him saying that what I had sent in 2025 looked good. And these, I have it right here, all my figures, and he said that looked great.
And that was.
And that he was gonna, and he had inputted it in, and that's what he was gonna recommend to you guys was great for
And that was
for
an
the fall.
error on my part because I assumed
And
that you
then-
guys had already trimmed your budget. But I should have looked up the statute first, which we discussed. And the fact remains,
How much?
you guys spend $600,000 a year and the commissioners have appropriated $757,000 for this year.
So your appropriation is $750,000
Well,
this year.
and like I said, what also happened was that, my carryovers from 2024 to pay for my end of the month, those, mysteriously were deleted. So I lost all of those. And then that's when I found out that we had to use my 2025 money to pay those bills, which was,
There's no real carryover of funds. It goes back to the general funds and gets reimbursed.
So what she's talking about, and Stacy, again, we discussed this last week and you seemed to understand it last week. That was
Yes.
an error on the part of our accounts payable department. They deleted a couple of purchase orders thinking that they were from the commissioner's office, but they were actually from the Veterans Service Commission.
they deleted all mine.
Yeah, it wasn't a couple.
So is that,
But as we
is
discussed,
that straightened out now?
yeah, the Veterans Service Commission has money from its 2025 appropriations to pay its bills.
So where is the 2024 money?
It's in the general fund. And as the commissioners have indicated, if you have a need beyond $757,000 this year, they will accommodate it once it's made clear.
Yes.
I don't know why we have to do this.
Do we get the right
Because I just like
information?
everything out in the open. I'm
Yeah.
just a very straightforward, blunt person, that's why.
It's not just her fault. It's the commissioners want to know what's going on. And it seemed like the input we give earlier was just thrown out the window.
So when we talk about appropriations too, I appreciate that if we come back to you with a need,
Right.
you'll appropriate it, you'll consider what we're asking for and appropriate it. But if we put on the backdrop, we've got these things that were approved and supposed to be paid for last year. Now we've got to pay for them out of this year's budget. I just hope that'll work, as you're saying.
If we have to add to your budget to cover 24 expenses, we'll do that.
We'll do that.
Right.
I mean, we're not gonna take away from what you're anticipating.
What you already got. We're not gonna take that away that you already
I
got.
We're not
understand
gonna
that.
send you a spiral hole here.
I just like everything.
So do we, believe it or not, but I
You'd like to have $932,000.
Not really. I just want to make sure that everything's out in the open. I'm just a very, like I said, blunt, honest person. I just want to make sure that everyone knows where everyone's coming from.
I think
But
we need.
same thing with the sheriff. Sheriff comes to us and says, hey, I need this, I need that. If
Yes,
he needs it, make it, and we told him.
awesome.
I think
It's the same thing with you guys. You guys are getting short on that money or in that budget. You can, when you have your money, you can switch that money, some money from one place to another.
Well,
That's another
actually, I
dimension of
can't.
this.
Yeah,
Before the
you would
commissioners-
I can't. The one account, is
It's just
special.
one.
Yeah, it's just the one account is very special and I'm not allowed to do that. But yes.
But you can transfer from one fund to another fund in another account.
That's another dimension of this, is that before the commissioners are in a position of having to make additional appropriations to increase a budget, you're gonna have $150,000 worth of quote unquote wiggle room within your existing appropriations.
That you
to
have
transfer
now.
Money. You gotta come to the commissioners for it, but again, I don't think the commissioners have any interest in shortchanging veterans in Ross County.
If it was left up to me as me being a veteran, I would give you that $932,000 every year. I wouldn't care if you had a carryover or not. But me being a commissioner, I gotta look out for the whole county.
And I live in this county, I vote in this county, I am completely with you on that. I voted for all of you guys. So as a voter, I completely agree with you. But as a veteran, I gotta look out for my veterans.
You're absolutely right. And I'm glad you do.
And we have counties, 87 other counties that go through similar things, and some of them have some issues in the way it's done. So I'm pleased that we're having this discussion. You asked why we got through this
And that's,
discussion.
you know, one of the
The
things
answer
is like I said, it was left up to me, I would give you every year that $900,000. That's,
And every year, sir, I gotta, I know I will probably give you part of that money back.
and I don't have a problem with that.
But
But the sheriff does the
But we
same, the sheriff
are-
does the same thing with his
Right,
budget. He just-
we are purchasing things like columbariums because we're running out of ground to bury our veterans. Those are expensive.
How many's left
But
down the green line? How many spots is left in that?
We're golden now. We have 3 units.
No. Okay.
We have, and then we're getting ready to place one in Grandview. Jonna is the leader in that. She's been wonderful. It's her foresight that's
202 is the answer, sir. You've got 2 complete columbariums that have not started yet,
Okay.
and about 12 left in the original one. And then we're looking forward to the one that is going to go into Grandview.
How about, shoot, I'll think of it here in a minute. On 23.
Floral Hills, there's no columbarium. there.
Not our responsibility. We don't have a designated area there that is our responsibility.
They've got a veteran section,
I said they got a fair, because that's what my
and
dad.
there's plenty of space left for burials, but there's not a columbarium.
And that one doesn't fall under the designated areas that we're responsible for, both the county commissioners and this office jointly responsible for the soldier square, the soldier section, and the soldier circle being the one full.
Okay, since Huntington Township now has
Yeah, that's their baby now.
Right.
Floral Hills, are you guys gonna get involved in that as in?
We still provide markers, we still do the funerals there and things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, we have direct liability with the veterans. So I think we need to, get the finalized budgets out to the departments. Either you or us, somebody's gotta do that. I think we have to have the final budgets put out when they're approved.
Well, so that's doable, of course, but again, every department finds out in January what the appropriations are. So what we're talking about is a new memo, and if that's the case, that's fine. I would say that should probably be coming from the commissioner's office.
But if everybody knows what their budget is in January, because we wait till the very last day to approve that.
Yeah.
County budget.
That's what I'm saying, I
We
don't.
try to hold off as long as we can to approve that budget.
Yeah, the-
It's like for 2024, for 2025 budget, it was December 30th. And we approved that budget. I think that had to be December 30th. Yes. 31st was also Tuesday because that was my birthday. And then each department will get a copy in December.
They find out in January. what
I mean,
the
in January?
appropriations are. Yeah, so what we're talking about here is what, like a less than a week period of time?
So you found out in January you were not getting what you wanted. Everybody got the same thing.
Well, I had to ask for it. Like I said, I didn't even get a copy of it. I asked them. And
So if what you want is a memo on the day the budget is adopted, I mean, I guess that's easily doable. I would say that should probably come from the commissioners because it's the commissioners who have the ability to change it.
well, if, normally that wouldn't have happened because in the fall, I'm there. And when I present to you guys my final budget, right then is when you guys say, okay, that's good, thank you, because we go over it with, but like I said, what happened this past fall was you guys said, we need the number, and you sent me away. That was the only reason why I didn't get the final approval then from you guys.
Because the commissioners were asking, what is the number? What is the number?
Right.
She kept saying, I'm still waiting for that number.
Yeah, and they
So-
were on me. And that's why I kept bugging Mr. Laner, was saying, because, you know, my bosses were, and, you know, I'm subject to their, you know, what they want me to do. So that's what I kept trying to say, hey, you know, I need this figure, and
So is the idea that, what's that?
Where do you get that number from?
Well, we get that from the state. The state approves our value abstract. We didn't get that until December this year. And that was later than in years past, but that's beyond Ross County's control. That comes from the State Department of Taxation. And so that's why I told Stacy, use the 2024 figure, because it's really not going to change that much. So in the end, it went from 919,000 in 24 to 932,000 in 25. But if the idea is that that full amount, no matter what, should be appropriated to the Veteran Service Commission, that's just not how it works for any county department.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's.
that is so odd that the
revenue.
State Department of Taxation gives him that number, and they waited till the very end like that. And none of my other service organizations said anything about them getting the figure that late at all. Because they would have raised a ruckus I would have heard it across the state of Ohio if we had all been in that predicament and not getting that figure.
So what's unique to Ross County is that last year Adina went nearly 100% tax exempt. And there was a lot of back and forth between us and the State Department of Taxation accounting for that, because we had about $8 million of taxable value drop out of Zane Trace's tax base. So if what you're thinking is that you just got to look at what's going on in other counties, not every county is created equal. And so the State Department of Taxation works in the order that it does. We don't have any ability to influence that. And so I get that you might have questions about it, but in the end, again, if the idea is that you're just going to get that dollar figure regardless of need, I'm not sure that's a realistic expectation.
Does the Ohio Revised Code, this is a question for you, does the Ohio Revised Code have amounts for these other departments, for a sheriff's department in the county, for the county services and things like that? So it's just the
I
value
am
of
not
that.
aware of any where it says
I wasn't
someone
either.
gets so much, or the engineer's office gets so much, or the auditor's office gets so much, and the recorder's office, I'm not aware of.
Okay, and you've just got the veterans one. I know the historical background of it. It started as counties had war chests after World War I, and then eventually it got put into the Ohio Revised Code that each county would have a percentage
It's like,
of millage.
it's like Job Family Services. Job Family Services has a levy. And that levy brings in so much money a year. So that's what, that levy goes directly to them, because that's what that levy's for. There is, in Ohio Revised Code, under that section is not to exceed 0.5 of a mil.
So how much does that number vary year to year?
Well, the millage is based on the county's total assessed valuation. So every 6 years, we go through a full reappraisal. At the midpoints, we go through a market update. So that figure has changed substantially every 3 years because of those. But for years like 24 into 25, it's really just new construction that's bumping up that figure. And so that's why you saw the increase from 919 to 932
So it would tend to increase every year.
over time, yeah.
So if they would just use last year's number as a starting point for the budget, as a projection, just like everybody else does in revenue projections,
That's right.
Yes,
we wouldn't have to wait on it.
because I know that the sheriff, when the sheriff came and gave us his budget, and we did his final budget, we gave him 5% over what he spent last year.
Right.
Am I right, Jeff?
That's right.
straight off the bat.
And the Veteran Service Commission got 25% of what it spent last year.
So I just do what ORC tells me. On or before the last Monday in May each year, the Veteran Service Commission shall meet and determine in an itemized manner the probable amount necessary for the aid and financial assistance of persons entitled to such aid and assistance. So that's why I send the email, letter, whatever, to the auditor after determining for the operation of the Veteran Service Office for the ensuing year. After determining the probable amount necessary for such purposes, the commission shall prepare and submit a budget in the manner specified in Division C of Section 5705.28 of the revised code to the Board of County Commissioners, which may review the proposed budget and shall appropriate funds for the commission pursuant to Title III section, and then it goes on. So each May, that's why I do that.
And that's what everybody,
Because I
that's what
am
everybody,
complying with
everybody
the
department.
Ohio Revised Code.
Yeah,
So
everybody
just to let
department.
you know, I will continue to comply.
Everybody,
Right,
every other department does the same thing.
right. I just, want you to know I'm not overstepping what you're telling me. I'm just saying that I do still have to comply with the Ohio Revised Code
And I,
and inquire and ask for.
in your May or June budget, when you brought it to us,
Yes, sir. May.
I have it sitting on my desk,
Yes, sir.
along with, in a folder with everybody else.
Right.
For 2025.
Yes, sir.
That I look at to see what everybody needs.
So
Not wants, but needs.
if you raise the amount on a certain line item
Mhm.
to meet that total number, we're gonna ask you what you're doing different than you did last year or at the possible number. We just want some justification for the taxpayers.
And if I had been able to come in front of you, I would have explained it.
Well,
Sir.
we might change the way that we do that, because
Because I
I
would
think
have
it's only
definitely
fair
explained it,
that
especially
you're
for
aware of
those.
what we're thinking and what we're questioning,
Mhm.
and we probably need some better answers. And as part of the parlaying between settling into a workable budget for you and for us.
Mhm. And like I said, this entire thing is, all I wanted was an audience. I just wanted to let you know what I'm here for is the veterans and what I want for the veterans. And that's just, I want to be able to buy what they need.
Well, we're all for taking care of the veterans. We
Yes,
just need
sir,
to
me
know what
too.
we're buying.
That's all I want to do, is take care of them.
I keep saying I'm gonna come to your office, but I never made it
You need to come over, sir. We're there.
yet.
You're welcome anytime. All of you are, anytime you want. And I can't wait to meet Mr. Glass.
You come back.
Got my questions answered. I want to thank both of you.
Thank you.
Answering some questions.
That was a good conversation that we had.
Did you get everything straightened out?
I think so.
It was just a big surprise seeing that at the last minute.
Like I said, it's just, if you guys need something that's above that what you guys got, just an appropriation bill, I'll probably give you that. And yes, we do have our veterans that
Very important.
are going away.
Yes, unfortunately. But it looks like we might be getting some more to go back in.
Yeah.
I had quite a few that got out because they wouldn't, or were forced out because they wouldn't take the shot, but maybe they might be coming
Yes.
back in.
I said, I got a stepson who does Army National Guard. He's like the head guy for recruiters in southern part of Ohio and Kentucky and West Virginia, stuff like that. He didn't get shot,
I've had
but he stayed in. He stayed, so I'm gonna get shot, but I'm staying.
I'm good, Dwight.
I've had two already contact me this
Get in there.
weekend on my
Still looking down at the grass,
messaging
right?
on Facebook. Hey,
That's right.
do you think I can get back in? Already contacted me, and I'm like, I think so. I heard the rumor.
Can I get back in?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
I still have time.
don't know why everybody makes me go to these things and never,
Thanks a lot.
I never get to
Hey,
ask my question.
Yeah, I'm coming to see you one of these days. Going out to the VA's like almost pulling your teeth.
Yeah, I know.
And see, that's something we've been thinking about, teeth for veterans, care.
That's one of the things, the new things that, for the veterans that can't get dental care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care.
We do need to get budgets out after we make that. It's not gonna go there. So, I mean, I think.
Yeah, geez. You said each department or everybody who would give like money to, a copy of the whole full budget.
Yeah, a copy of their budget.
Yes, I just say it's public record anyway.
We use a VIP version of it. I wanna get everybody on the same version, because this will go different forms and different spots. It's distracting. It's like tinsel.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
But, no, we're talking about, because I can see how they got surprised by that.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with that stuff about the beginning number. And that's why she asked for that number, because it's uncertain.
Well, and this, we went through that with her last year.
Yeah, we did.
We went through that with her the year before that. Because she thought that her budget, she thought that she got that. And she could do whatever she wanted with it.
Yeah. And that's what
And we're trying to explain to her, no, you do get that, but you can't just buy a new car for everybody.
And then we got the kind of situations we have at the senior center. I mean, we don't know what's going
Yeah,
on.
we don't have to clue what's going on over there.
So. That's another thing we need to take care of. I'm thinking that, after we get done with the dog warden, we need to go into executive session. Because we gotta talk about Sarah Wood
Mhm.
and a rate of pay, law lawyer at the library, what we're gonna do with that. And then the FBO at the airport. So, just a real quick session, boom, 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 and make some decisions, move on.
I think we can go into executive session for Sarah. The other, I don't think we can go. into
Well,
executive
the law library is personnel too. It's with an employee there.
No, we have an employee, she's not there.
That's what I'm doing. So before we get any farther into that,
Okay.
that is a personnel.
Yeah, we can.
And FBO at the airport's always not. That's going to is something hands on.
You having fun yet?
Yeah. That was interesting. We're going at it.
Well, you know, that happens a lot. But it's to bring the peace and get things ironed out, make decisions and try and make everybody happy.
They were going at him because she asked for a number, he didn't give it to her. She asked for a number again, he didn't give it to her. She asked for a number again, he didn't give it to her.
Hey, Jeff,
Hey guys,
how we doing?
you want to be president? Why not? Do you rock, paper, scissors?
See, what's it right there?
James Lowe,
What's the other one say over here?
vice president.
There you go.
You're just willing to step in if need be?
Yeah.
I had something I wanted to run by you guys. Oh, man. It's not a big deal. TRM is closing sale on Friday.
Yeah.
And they submitted to me the end of last week one of two options for the commissioners. Landlord's waiver that their bank needs for the closing, or a letter saying that you're not waiving your right to liens against the collateral the TRM is putting up for their loan. I don't know that you guys, when I look through the lease again, have much of a claim to any of the collateral anyway. It's personal property. You're under no obligation to agree to the waiver, but according to TRM, it just makes things go smoother. At the same time, if you guys don't agree to the waiver, I'll just send them a letter saying that, you know, you're a political subdivision, you're not in a position to, you know, go subordinate on these kinds of claims, and you're gonna keep whatever rights you have with the lease because you entered it first, and go along with it that way,
I
Yes.
think that's the position we want to take.
which would make sense. I mean, nobody's gonna fault you for that, and I don't think there's any problem with that, but I told him I'd at least pop over at some point this morning just to let you guys make a decision one way or the other, so that I know which document to send them back this afternoon.
Yes.
Option 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just do the letter saying, look, we understand where you're coming from, but we understand we don't really have much of a claim to the collateral anyway, but as far as any right we do have, we're gonna keep it and go forward from there.
Yes.
Okay, no problem at all.
Right now,
That's easy, right?
Huh?
That was easy.
Yeah.
He called me too, Jeff, on Friday.
Cozy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I talked to McNamee Friday afternoon. Because they were reaching out to me all last week, and I finally had a chance Friday afternoon to give them a call back, and I told them I'd bring everything to the commissioners and take care of it, so.
Well, as we move forward with the FBO piece,
They certainly want to have an option or have the opportunity to submit something. And I told Kozik that we'd be in touch with them and let them know when that goes out.
Relative to FBO?
Yeah. Yeah, if you're gonna put it out for bid, they at least want an opportunity to
Well, yeah, they have the opportunity.
go forward with it. They know they don't have a first right or anything of that nature, but they certainly want to be in the game possibly, so.
well, my thing is, I might be overstepping my bounds, or I think we ought to be involved in what's going on out there. I mean, with Jim's property being sold and all that stuff like that, because we have an interest in that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't told us anything. I mean, yeah, it's up for sale, and we was gonna sell it to somebody else, and now we're selling to Duncan, but you know, what are you selling to Duncan?
Jim wasn't.
Just whatever TRM owns.
Private contract.
yes, he owns it, yeah.
Yeah, they're not selling anything that the county owns or anything like that.
Well, I know
It's
that,
just-
but I'm just, you know, just like I said earlier, when we was talking about this, I'm thinking, well, you know, if they think that they can still do what Jim did out there, that's could be a totally different story.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you know, we may end up getting Sunoco gas out there or whatever it is, jet fuel or whatever it is that's out there still going through Duncan.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it's just,
And they may,
I mean, to me, they just left us in the dark on properties that we have out there that they,
What he said to me, Jeff, the other day was, once they give us notice of the closing, we have 30 days to decide what we want to do with the properties like the big hangar. They have to give us a price, and then we have to decide whether we want to purchase it.
Cozy told you that?
That's what he told me. I have my notes here, yeah.
That's the complete opposite of what he said.
What did he say to you?
Well, his stance all along has been those first right of purchases don't kick in on a sale like this because TRM is not selling those items.
Well,
Like somebody is buying.
Dunkin' Oil is buying TRM,
They're buying TRM, they're not buying
but TRM is the owner of those.
of those
parcels.
items.
Yeah.
So how can they say that's not a sale?
Because they're not saying, hey, we're gonna put this out for sale to the highest bidder, like, it's not. Let me try and figure out the easiest way to explain this.
So I guess.
Because I was on board with, this is going to kick in that clause. And then from talking to John, when they came in here with Duncan, the way that he phrased it made me sort of backtrack on that because It's not like TRM is saying, hey,
Should we be doing this in executive session?
well,
It's a sale.
it's not pending litigation.
No, but it may be,
It could be down the road, yeah.
yeah.
I don't know if it,
I don't know.
I don't know if it rises to the level of impending.
Because there's a lot of things I'd like to say that I think, shouldn't be out there in the public yet. I mean, it should be eventually, but at this point when we're negotiating stuff, I just don't know.
And that's the same thing with me. I mean,
Because it's being televised.
Yeah,
This is complications you have when you build improvements on leased land.
Well, that's the thing, if they don't become the FBO, why would they want the big hangar on a leased piece of property that belongs to the county?
if they don't become
They
the
may not.
FBO,
And
they
he
may not
actually,
if they don't become.
and he actually gave me a price for the Life Lighthouse. And said that the other properties that are in the trust, if we had interest, they
On
would,
Stone Road.
yeah, they would talk to us about those as well. That's what I'm
You're
saying.
having more detailed conversations with.
Well, I push a little harder right now. Some other stuff, I don't know,
We gotta get past this because we gotta get this FBO figured out. We're running loose out there. If something happens, we don't have control of the situation. I don't like that.
well, I've got some thoughts about that, but that's what I was hoping to talk to you about later too.
Well, I've got to run over to court. Do you want me to stop back over?
Yeah, will you?
Yeah.
If you
Let me go handle these 3 cases real quick and then I'll stop back over and we'll,
so we got the dumb board coming in at 11:30 and that shouldn't take that long.
okay.
Historical people's gonna come over and do it after that, so.
Yeah, let me run right after.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Jim. You know, mate.
How you doing, Mark? Busy?
Always.
Always?
It never ends.
Yeah, I know.
Have, where he is, another learner,
What's that?
another learner out there, clinging life. Should be out here, that might as well.
You ready?
Yeah. I'll go bring him in there now.
Morning, gentlemen.
See, they've been out there parading the hallways.
Howdy.
How we doing?
Doing well, thank you. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing good.
Good morning. Good morning.
Right here, that sounds good.
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you.
That way you can be on, you can watch it and tell you what's going on.
We got some calendars for you all. And I think there's 4 or 3,
Three of us.
3 of you, and then, are you the clerk?
I am,
Okay.
thank you.
I'm Ed Wellman, Jason Rubenstein, we're from,
You
with
didn't give me
Colonial
one
Life.
of them, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I took the calendar.
Kept it in my hand. Well, that was a scary
Hey, that's
view. I just saw myself. That's
Yeah, thank you for letting us come today. I'm Jason Rubenstein, and Ed introduced himself already. We're with Colonial Life, which is the largest public sector voluntary carrier in the country. And so, are you guys familiar with Colonial at all? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. I know a lot of the counties in Ohio have it. I know Scioto County does. I actually manage the account for the city of Columbus. They have 7,000 employees, so I'm actually the account manager for that too. And I know I also service, I think I service Athens County as well as Washington County. So I do a lot of that as well. And literally, Colonial caters to the public sector. That and small businesses is kind of their, their niche, if you will. And so all of their plans can be customized meet the needs of, all the employees, in the county. Do you guys offer voluntary benefits to your employees already?
Some.
Yes.
Okay, you offer some, probably like what, disability coverage, maybe cancer coverage, stuff like
I
that?
think that's what it is, yes.
Okay, well, we have a whole gamut, and I'm not gonna get too much into the weeds, you can read that stuff on your own. But we offer a whole gamut of voluntary products for your employees, and we can do it on a group level as well, so we can give you group rates on all that stuff. You guys would get the best rating possible, which means the lowest rates possible. But our bread and butter has always been accident and disability coverage. So accident being if you or a family member gets hurt anywhere, anytime, this pays lump sums to you based on the diagnosis and treatment of the accident, and the treatment for it, okay? And it's less, the average policy for an individual is less than $5 a week. It's very, very affordable. Then our disability coverage, we do both short-term and long-term disability. And our disability plan literally can be customized to meet whatever needs the employee has. They can get up to 60% of their salary basically to help them keep their head above water financially if they're sick or they get hurt and they can't work for an extended period of time. And also maternity leave for women is also considered a disability too. So they can use that to supplement them, especially if they don't have a lot of vacation time and sick leave saved up, and they need to take off of work for an extended period of time. That's what it's designed to do. But we also offer whole life and term life insurance. We offer, cancer coverage. We offer a critical illness plan that covers all the other dread diseases besides cancer, so like kidney failure, heart attack, stroke, things of that nature. And, we also offer what's called gap insurance as well, which is hospital indemnity insurance. If somebody gets hospitalized for any reason under the sun, it gives them a lump sum. I think in the public sector, you're allowed to get $1,500 paid to you in hospital indemnity coverage. All our stuff is completely portable. So it means that if you leave the county and you have the policy with you, you could switch it over from from a payroll deduction to a self-pay. So it's yours to keep forever, which is really nice. And yes, all our products are payroll deducted. So that way, they can actually save money on their FICA taxes. I know obviously in public sector, you pay into PERS, but you also pay into Medicare, and this helps reduce your Medicare tax burden as well, which is kind of nice. And so what we're asking to do is to be able to, hopefully have you guys review the material and hopefully let us offer this to your employees, if that's something that you want to consider. I know, like I said, a lot of the counties in Ohio do offer us, and I work with a few of them myself. So, and I'll take any questions you guys have about this stuff. I try to keep it simple, stupid as possible. I know you guys are busy, so.
Well, we have certain benefits that we offer to our employees. We're kind of fragmented with how the departments work, because not everybody's got their own kind of deal.
Yeah, I see that a lot, like little fiefdoms that everybody kind of manages, they all have their own HRs, yeah.
Doesn't help the, quantity discounts. But we'll examine what you have to offer here and what we already have and do some comparisons, and might be calling you about pricing.
Yeah, that would be our next step too, is if you guys wanted to get rates, what I would need is an employee census. I don't need their names, but I need their ages, genders, and salaries. So that way I can give you a full, well-rounded quote, and like I said, we're gonna give you guys group rates, the best rates we can give you, so. Yeah, the census would need the ages, genders, and salaries.
How many employees do you have in the county?
It's a little over 600 and some.
Okay.
I think I spoke with you on the phone when I originally called, so.
No, but we appreciate your time. Just a little bit of background of us. I think between us, we probably have, I would say probably close to 40 years of experience in the health insurance industry. I actually started in the health insurance industry with Nationwide when they still offered health insurance. I was an analyst there for several years. I was also the marketing director of an insurance brokerage in Columbus for a period as well. I have my MBA from Ohio State, so I'm a little on cloud nine today.
We're all a little tired.
Yeah, a little tired, but not too bad. I was actually in the Ohio State marching band too.
Oh, yeah?
So yeah, I played cymbals in the band back in 2000, and So needless to say, yeah, it was hard to get to sleep last night. But yeah, that's basically us in a nutshell, guys. I appreciate your time. I try to keep this as informal as possible.
Thank
So,
you very much.
yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You want me to follow up with a phone call to you or?
Sure.
Okay. I'll give you a call in a couple weeks.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we appreciate your time, guys, and hope you have a good rest of your day.
Oh, yeah.
Stay warm. Go Bucks.
It's chilly outside for sure.
The second half of that game got me a little concerned.
Yeah, I was gonna go to bed about third quarter, like, yeah.
Well, you know, my brother went to Ohio State and then now he's got a grandson that goes to Notre Dame. So I said, who's cheering the loudest? All right, you guys have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you. Take care. I got a headache.
Me too.
They would have the carousel plans we have.
Yeah, it took me.
Ancillary.
Madeline will have that.
Come on in here if you want to.
I think all the dog warden personnel are here already.
Or you want to start early? Is that what you're saying?
Your show, Commissioner.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's the fourth commissioner now.
Mr. Glass has a good excuse for playing bookie.
He was in Washington DC. He was, I don't know if he still is or not, but he was there.
He should start from today.
He was there for the inauguration. I think I got closer than he did. I was sitting at home watching TV.
What did you think about that Carrie Underwood singing?
I missed it.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
I missed it.
That's
Cause I'm
what we were
thinking,
home.
they were showing her on camera and that she was gonna sing, and I got up and did something, but came back.
Had no music for her.
She knocked it
Couldn't
out.
get the music.
That's what she couldn't get the music to work.
Sang it
Yeah.
a cappella, man, it was awesome.
I missed it.
Yeah, she did a great job.
She
Cause
did.
I'm thinking, okay,
She
we
didn't
should
get flustered at all, then she was like, it was just, yeah,
I would have been concerned about, not knowing the words, and she
she busted it out.
Sure, that'll be on Facebook today somewhere.
Yeah. It's worth watching.
I don't know what I'd identify as.
She
It's
handled
like
it
you
perfect.
gotta sing the national anthem and there's no music, you know, I mean, what do you do?
Yeah.
You see Billy Ray Cyrus's?
I heard of that.
Me and my mom are 90% sure he was blackout drunk the entire time.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Who's that?
Billy
Billy
Ray.
Ray Cyrus.
I didn't see that.
He was only supposed to play the one song,
Oh,
I believe. They'd already turned his guitar off, and he's like, "Who wants to hear Achy Breaky Heart?" And his guitar was off, and they weren't going to turn it back on. So he's like, "Everybody just snap and all sing." It was interesting. He took his jacket off and his hat on the stage and left.
Is that you with the Zoom?
What's that?
Is that you zooming the camera?
No, it does it by itself.
It's supposed to
It follows the,
talking or whatever or something like that.
Another AI gadget that's going to take over the world.
Yeah.
No, those are so that you can see the audience and the commissioners at the same time. And that the sound will be much better. They've got some mics wired in here too, so that people that watch it online will be able to see, instead of just looking at my chubby self over here, they'll be able to see much better. Get picture in the picture.
New camera up there.
Yeah, there's one there and one
There's
there.
one over there.
no more secrets.
I see where the plug pulled in.
They're not done yet. They got a little bit more to do.
I don't know who those two other people out there with them are.
They're from Huntington Hills. That's called me about 4 or 5 times about Dogwood. Yeah, he called me yesterday or Sunday or something like that and said the dogs killed one of the chickens again. And I said, we were having a meeting with the dog warden at 11:30. If you want to be here, be here.
Also, the historical guy isn't coming today.
He's not coming today?
No, the person he was gonna bring with him isn't available, so he's not coming. He wanted you to call him later today or tomorrow and set up a time for next week.
Historic Society?
Excuse me, the Historical Society. Andrew, I think's his name.
Andrew's his name.
Yeah, Andrew.
So they're gonna see if they can come in some other time.
Hall. He said to come in next week. Kathy's gonna need to call him and set up a time.
Just tell them they can come in there anytime and take a look and find out what they can give us or.
Yeah, just decorate up the place.
See if you can come in some other time.
Have paintings online.
Yeah. They got stuff on loan that we can use and people can come in
They
and
have
see.
archived paintings we can put up. Then we just buy a little plaque donated by there or on one from the Historical Society.
As I said, anything that you want to put up that they can.
It's gotta be kind of themed, and that's what, they decorate their rooms, and that's what I wanna latch on to. Cause I'm no good at that. I do what my wife tells me. I've been married for 41 years.
That's what I've been married that long.
That's what it takes.
Hey,
I'm telling you.
the only thing I can say is, I don't have 41, I've been married 3 times, I don't have 41 years. I shouldn't be putting that out there.
That's not, I'm not sure it's something to be proud of.
Careful, I heard the microphones are pretty good now.
Oh, yeah, I just said they're pretty good now. I'm done now, though. No more. This is it. Yeah, this is it.
I'm gonna be going on vacation,
No,
February 12th through 18th. I'm only missing one Monday,
when is that?
the 12th through the 18th in February,
12th through the 18th.
first real vacation. So
Brand new double duty while you're out.
Well, maybe Sarah will be over here.
That's true.
maybe going Key West.
Oh, you're not going to the lake? She's going, and walk to Canada, because it's gonna be frozen.
It's gonna be the
Putting Maydays in Key West.
51st state here before long. What was it he said? I heard him talking yesterday, and he said he calls Justin Trudeau governor. Governor of Canada.
That's what made him resign.
That in the Gulf of America. That'd be just like Pluto's no longer a planet. Yeah, Pluto's no longer a planet. Well, it was a planet when I went to school, and to me, it's still a planet now.
It's like saying the mead is no longer the mead.
Yeah, it means me. Brad Oates doesn't do the elevators anymore or what?
Otis does, but, all the elevators that we have, I mean, the new ones that we have at the jail are Schindler. So we have contracts with them over there and, not all of our elevators are Otis either. More of them are Schindler than, I mean, the one in the 15 North Paint is not an Otis or a Schindler. It's I forget the name of it, but we just try to keep the contracts the same. And we did bid those both,
Right.
but we had some issues with the billing at Otis for quite a while. In fact, we're still having it. They keep sending us a bill for something we shouldn't be charged with, and we're not paying it.
I was just remember that thing again about the elevator. You're right, I mean, I don't want to pay
Right.
$12,000 or something. And it'll be there.
So that's why I said, see if there's another option. If there isn't, then you have to decide which one, whether you want to make that elevator work until you close the building down or provide rides for folks who can't make it up the stairs on your back.
Giddy up, doggy.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem in that building is there is no other way upstairs other than that for folks with disabilities. So you gotta think about that. All the offices now are all upstairs. When it was the bank, it didn't make a lot of difference because you could get inside the building easy. So something's gotta be done.
Be in compliance there, ADA wise.
Did you get it?
Do you want one?
I was gonna take one, but I changed my mind. And I don't even guess that one. Oh,
Somebody will take it.
okay.
When are you headed to Florida, Dave?
We're racing around Daytona area, and then, once we're done racing, we're going down to Fort Lauderdale for 2 weeks.
Awesome.
Take our motor home.
Saw that. Saw you on Facebook.
Yeah. I'll post some pictures when we get down and send you back to the sunshine.
Send me some sunshine, some fish, some big fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah. This 6-degree mornings are no good, are they?
Yeah, no. I've been working on furnaces this morning. Not doing that either.
I don't blame you.
See, yeah, I sat in the garage for a little bit and I it only got to 55 degrees in the garage. I'm thinking I had the heat on and everything else. And I'm thinking,
I think that's part of what happened at the
I'm
airport.
not sitting.
You know, that's what happened at the airport, I think, is when the heat pump's not supposed to kick on after, 30 degrees or something, and I think it was trying to kick on and yeah, everything was drawing too much electric all at once there. They had the building shut down over the weekend, I think, and they went in there on Monday and tried to
Kick
fire
everything
everything up.
Those are electric furnaces.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're pulling on.
Yeah.
May not have anybody else coming in for the snowboard thing.
I wouldn't think
Somebody
so.
else there?
Yeah, they're out there. Have them come on in, Brian.
Ready?
Somebody's giving you about that 10 minutes. Come on in here.
Folks.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right.
You got that truck out yet?
No, I'm waiting on the camper to come in. I told him back in December to order it, and he didn't order it. So I got him on the phone the other day and he's ordered it.
You can't drive the truck if it doesn't have a camper showing back.
Exactly.
Why?
Where am I gonna put the dogs at?
In a cage in the back of the bed of the truck.
It's too cold for that. That wind on them dogs, they'd freeze to death.
Do you own dogs?
I do own a dog.
Okay. Is he outside?
Yes, she is.
She is, okay.
And I can, if I put her in the house, one of the things she does is dig at the door and walk back out. So I said, that's where you want to be. So she's got a big old 10 by 10 that she goes inside of, and she goes in there, she's outside more than inside. So,
Yeah, I guess you're the only person that usually shows up anyway, so that's what we're waiting on. We'll go ahead. So, we got written reports on the incident that happened on the 30th. Could you tell me about it?
Go ahead. You guys are the ones
that's one of you.
Southbound now.
Yeah.
We had a complaint about the dog being tied to a tree outside their shelter, no food, no water. As we go, Lexi got the Lexi walked up to the door. And as soon as she knocked on the door, they come out and she said, "We got a complaint." From there, sir, it was a hostile situation. As is, my dog, can I say exactly what they said?
I'm a big boy, you can say if you want to.
No, okay.
I'm not scared.
My dog can't go out and fucking shit and piss. He's a mutt, I don't have to tag him. I said, "Sir, as of Ohio law, anything over 3+ months of age, you have to tag." It's a state law. I don't have to tag a mutt. So at that time, me and Ryan, deputy, got on the phone with CPD, had an officer come down because they were being non-compliant with us. Couldn't get no other information, nothing like that, to even if we were going to press charges or anything like that, we couldn't do it for dog no license. So as of standing there waiting on CPD, the woman, what was her name? Eden Canterbury, kept repeating, "I'm going to get you for trespassing. I'm going to charge you." Well, at that time, I done had a choke out the police department on the way. So I looked at her and said, "Please do." Police were on the way. At that time, they were calling us bitches. Not being racist, she called me a nigger. Get off my property several times. About that time, when I said, "Please do," as a pressing charge on me for trespassing, the male guy, we don't have his information, come off the porch, taking his coat off like he was wanting to attack me. My hands were in my pockets all the entire time, so I couldn't say I was going to do something to him. Now, big more. And about that time, the city PD showed up. We went and talked to him. He advised us to get in our truck. At that time, they were yelling, "Oh, you guys are going to leave now, blah, blah, blah." And we got in the truck. He talked to him, and then he come to the passenger side of our truck and said, "Are you guys done here? You guys need anything else?" We said, "Well, we never got their information." So he dispatched and got their DS. We wrote it down, and he goes, "Is the dog legal?" I said, "No." Because about that time, we done looked of stuff. So he told the residents that we were gonna do a follow-up in a week. And that, the male, resident said, well, if they're gonna show up, they'll get shot. Cop put his arms up like this and said, I wouldn't make that kind of threat. They are some kind of law enforcement. Anything else.
What was the officer's name?
I'll tell you, sir.
And the gentleman wanted a report, and the city PD says, I'm not making a report
Yes.
on this. In fact, I was on the phone with Lexi when I heard the city PD say that he wasn't making a report. And then I heard the girl say, well, you guys was calling me bitches. And she was telling me that the woman come out was bitching. That's what she said. She said bitching. I was on the phone with Lexi, and then the cop said that. I ain't making out a report.
Is the date and time on your voluntary statement the time of the incident?
Yes, sir.
We can find out.
And we'll find that soon and take a report. Did you call him, Brad?
I didn't, I waited for you, you guys said you wanted to deal with it, so I can.
We will.
I can go over and see the chief if you want me to.
You call over there and just see if we got a report on December 7th.
Dispatch, we'll find out who it was and who talked to them.
Around 11 o'clock or so at Southern Brown Ale.
South Brown.
108 South Brown Ale.
Yeah, I've got
See if they have a report on that. But I'm kind of, if they didn't do a report on that, I'm disappointed in that. They didn't report.
Will we call down?
Whenever you.
So, during the, can I, who you two are in the back?
Yes,
Mr. and Mrs. Parrott were here about.
they're out here about something else.
Oh, okay, I thought you were here for this.
They're here for the dog wars, but something else happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you feel you were in great danger when you were confronted with the man?
To a certain extent, yes. They come repeat and show me your badge and gun. I wasn't going, I mean, Mike, can I stand up?
Yeah.
My badge is clear shutting in it. I'm not gonna show you my gun. I don't have any reason to show you my gun.
I mean, it was all over his coat anyway. Look at his back. That's the same outfit he was wearing.
Our truck says Ross County Dog Warden.
Big letters.
You guys was just having a fit because you guys came here and talked to him about it, which is nothing new about somebody having a problem about their dogs,
Yeah,
which is nothing.
exactly.
I think that, and you've got a whole lot more experience than I do about this, but turning it over to law enforcement will sooner in the game before it has an opportunity to get out of control, because the last thing I want to do is see anybody get hurt. And I understand that, carrying weapons or body armor or that kind of discussion, I don't want to enable you to feeling that you need to get in those kind of situations. And that's what I think arming you or protecting you with body armor would do. And maybe not you, but whoever's next to the jobs. But by the same token, I want to ensure your safety as well. So I think law enforcement intervention early on, not as a third or fourth option, but maybe a first or second option.
I had Joe Coffey on his way.
And then just disengage from the situation until they get there. Kind of run it. And you agree, Juanita, or?
Well, we don't know what these people are gonna do when we knock on their door. They've come out like a ball of fire on us for no reason. I mean, they're just tired of law enforcement in general. It don't really matter. And they'll come out raising all kinds of heck. I'm not afraid. I mean, I've done this job this long, I'm not afraid.
You're too tough.
Yeah.
Well, I've had a shotgun pulled on me years ago. I mean, I ain't afraid of it. I mean,
We
But
do
I
have
get
a
it.
lot of drug instances
Yeah.
too. Where the
That's a lot
sheriff
of it.
calls for our assistance, you know, because they're dealing with the people and the people's got, you know, vicious dogs or whatever. And a lot of times we're out there, there's no cell phone service or anything like that. So if we arrive and there's no sheriff or anybody there, we can't contact anybody with no service.
I think that the two younger ones that has less experience should not be riding with each other. That's a simple call. That's a good supervisor call.
Well, it's not like, I've never rode with them, I ride with them too. It ain't like they do it all the time. You know, most of the time, I mean, where do you switch off?
But, you know, my thing is they'll learn more from you two than they can with these two. Because you guys been around and doing it for a while. Yeah. So I think that part of the habit needs to stop. The two youngest rookies, as it say, are riding together.
I'm gonna call you a rookie.
You know, riding together, to me, it really that didn't make that much sense.
Yeah, the mentoring factor is fun. And that's the key to learning.
That's the key of it.
That's your experience.
You two guys, or you two, yeah, you're new, yes, and you're younger at this. Like Mr. Emerson said, you should have backed out earlier than what you did. Just go sit in your truck and wait on CPD, or wait on the deputy to show up, or, you know, whatever you call them. Not saying you've done anything wrong. Because if you'd done something wrong, I would have said, hey, you've done something wrong. In my opinion, you didn't do anything, the only thing you didn't do, lack of experience, you'll get that. But you can just wait on this, stand on the sidewalk or get back in your truck and just wait on the CPD comes in. Sometimes you'll end up calling the sheriff's department, they may not be there for a half hour, 45 minutes. I'd rather just have you sitting in your truck or even if you have to go away from the residence where they're at, stuff like that, and wait till the sheriff's department gets there, or somebody from the police department gets there.
A lot better than the alternative.
I'm just kind of, like I said, I'm just, 28 years in Chillicothe Police Department and almost 10 years Sheriff's Department. I can't believe they didn't do a report on that, but we'll find out, see if they did or not. We'll go from there on that Brownell Street. We need that truck.
I know, I'm waiting for it.
Even if we have to cover the thing up with a cardboard box.
Okay, that's what
Put insulation around the dog or something like that. That truck was sitting there's not doing so good.
No, that's not.
Now we have another problem. I got several phone calls on it. Huntington Hills, somebody by the last name of Hollis.
Yep, Tara Hollis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on with that?
Well, this girl, no matter what you do, if I can take her dogs or not, she will get more. I have a total of, between me and Ryan, we have 8 citations, okay? We wrote them, we set court dates, we go in, well, Ryan hadn't arrived yet. My attorney, Jason Miller, came up to me and said, this girl showed up earlier, the judge dropped all charges. I said, what? Because I already had Tim Perry coming in. They advised me to call him off. And I had Ryan coming in because 2 of the citations was in his name. So I had to call him off because the judge dropped everything, and I have that all right here.
Why did the judge?
It states right here on the judge's form that nobody from the state showed up. And Jason Miller, when he talked to me, was very upset. We had our court date set. We were to be there on 12/20 at 9 a.m., which I was. I was there early. That's why I got to talk to Jason early. And Judge Judkins, I think I'm saying that right, was covering for Tony Eddy. And he dropped everything before any of us arrived.
Can I clarify on this?
Yeah, Jeff.
We got subpoenas on the 18th or the 20th, so just 2 days. One was on vacation gone.
Yep.
I was willing to go. We were called on the 19th, the day before the trial, by Pam, saying it had been continued. Do not show up.
Yep.
Because that's what they told us.
So when nobody showed up, including Jason, the law director, or assistant law director, didn't show up, the judge had no other choice but to dismiss it. Judge didn't grant the continuance. Jason filed for it, and it wasn't granted. Judge doesn't have to grant a continuance. They just assumed. So all those cases got thrown out just because nobody waited to see what the judge was going to do. They just went off assumptions. Now, these were dismissed with prejudice, for it to be reopened. And I have asked them, because there's been more incidents, several more incidents, since then with these same dogs. I've asked them to see if they can get these reopened. Well, this morning I get a phone call returned to me that I had made Friday over an incident. Another incident on Sunday morning. Nobody will call you back. You know, well, if you need us, you call down the dog warden's office. We'll get back a hold of you. Well, I was told this morning they don't call you unless it's an emergency. Now, how do they know whether it's an emergency or not if they're not returning your phone calls? The girl that lives with us called the other day over to the sheriff's department to have them get a hold of whoever was on call. 3 hours later, we get a phone call that she missed from Ryan saying, call me back. Left the number to the dog warden's office. She called back. Of course, nobody answers. If you call the dog warden's office right now, it goes directly to voicemail. Doesn't ring. Nobody ever answers that phone. So whether it's an emergency or not, you can't get a hold of them. Now, this has been going on now for 3 years with these same dogs. This Rottweiler's vicious. This Rottweiler attacked my dogs in my driveway last Monday. The other dog's running through my yard with a chicken in its mouth, but it killed 6 others. And they say, there's nothing we can do. The dogs are over there on private property.
No.
Yes,
Hold on a minute. The other day, I told you to quit sending pictures to Pam's personal email. I said, you need to send them to my email.
Personal cell phone.
And I am still waiting
Are
on
you?
the pictures,
Well, then
yes.
you didn't check your emails today
Oh, yes,
because
I-
I sent them to you today.
Today you did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So that's
exactly
now
right.
it's not like the phone calls that you don't.
Well,
return.
we are out
You
on the
don't
road.
check the emails.
No, we're out on the road. I will check my email when I go to my truck.
So are the 8 charges that's filed on this lady, I don't call this lady, they're gonna be refiled again?
Yes, they can be. I was waiting to try to get a hold of Jason Miller, which was the attorney, and he's very difficult to reach.
Well, he's gonna be even harder now because he was appointed as the judge.
Yes, I heard that.
Who was?
Jason Miller's taking over for Judge Street,
Or, no,
or for
Judge Eddie.
Judge Eddie.
Said the governor appointed him.
Keith Washburn.
Keith
Oh, that's
Washburn.
right, I'm sorry.
Keith Washburn.
Running for streets.
Judge Street, yeah, Jason.
Where does
was on
Victor
that.
Pontius fall into this as far as judge?
What'd you say?
Victor Pontius, is he?
Don't have a clue who that person even is.
He's, used to be the Washington Courthouse municipal judge. I heard he's filling in down there now. For
Well,
temporary.
He probably was when the judge.
probably was,
They probably had different judges in there. whoever-
Falling in, but now that's,
They did.
the judge, the governor appointed Keith
I'm sorry.
Washburn.
I thought, yeah, I'm thinking so.
Yes.
So I was on call last week. I did get a sheriff call over our voicemail. I checked the voicemail, I'll call him back. We use our private cells. I block my number, everybody's getting my number. They don't answer, how am I supposed to do anything?
Okay.
I understand they're supposed to be for the dogs, the animals, but what about the whole neighborhood's other animals? I leave for work at 5:30 in the morning, in the dark,
I walk my wife out to her car at 5:30 every morning
for fear
because
that
of these
these
dogs.
dogs, what if they get one of our kids? They're gonna say, oh, sorry, you ain't got no pictures, we can't do nothing?
There was one thing that I heard Pam say that, yeah, we could probably take the dogs, but you'll get more.
Let me ask
Go
you
ahead.
something.
You need to add something to that because
Yes.
that's not a good answer.
Okay, if I go out and remove the dogs because there's a bunch of charges, okay, and it's becoming a nuisance. What happens then is we take them into the Humane Society, which cares for the dogs. These dogs have dog tags. They come in, they pay the Humane Society the redeem fee, and the same dogs go back to the same house. Unless a court judge orders for dogs to be removed and no more dogs,
So
and we don't have a
basically-
fine for that. We don't have, unless a dog mauls you and it goes in front of the magistrate,
How about eating livestock?
they can shoot them.
That same thing I told Tim.
That's what I
He
told
called me on the phone.
I said, if the dogs are coming at you, shoot
We
them.
told him if they come at you, this
So
is.
I have to carry a gun now to get my car to go to work?
You're asking me a question I will not answer you.
But let me ask you a question, you just,
We're not doing our job,
We
we're
do
not
our
the babysitter
job.
for them dogs.
We're doing our
Dog
job.
warden,
You're
you're
the
supposed to be
enforcer
something
of
with
dogs.
those.
We
We
are.
have.
I've been inside the woman's
You know,
home
the
and
thing of
met
it
all
is, you
three
guys used
dogs.
to let.
They love all
take them
over
dogs.
me.
no ma'am.
No,
I took
ma'am.
her to meet the
Absolutely not.
dogs.
Her daughter would stand up there on the property line and call for my dog. I would.
Who's the daughter?
Rocky,
Rock.
Rocky.
No, I don't know.
Who's that?
We know.
Tara's
She's the
daughter?
youngest black, it's Tara's daughter. She's
I've
the
never
youngest
seen
of the
her.
Black girls up there.
No, I
I've
don't.
never
And she
seen
would
her.
stand and call for my dog, and I would repeatedly call up there and tell them, my dogs are not to be called up there. Tell her to quit doing that. And he's an old dog. Somebody calls, wants to pat him, he's gonna walk up there to get pat. But this went on and on. This is when we lived across the road. I never allowed those dogs. I walked up there time and time again, bitching at her about those kids calling my dogs up there. That's not me allowing the dogs to
How
call.
old was the girl when she was doing this?
Well, not to be
5,
outside
6.
themselves, yeah, they would leave her outside.
Are you going to get ahold of Jason Miller?
Yes,
See if we can refile them charges?
yes.
You know, somebody's dogs are acting up, not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And you remove them dogs from the people's house, take them out, Humane Society. If their dogs are tagged, people have to pay the money to get their,
Yes, they pay a redeem fee.
keep finding them. Keep
Yes.
bringing the dogs in and make them pay.
Okay.
Okay.
How can we,
I don't care who it is, I don't care what part of the county it is. If the dog is running at large or whatever,
Okay, can I ask something else?
yes.
When private owned dogs arrive at the shelter, our euthanasia rate has went from 0 to here, okay? A lot of them's being put down after the 3-day hold. If we take in private owned dogs, and you can verify this through Jen Thomas, 3 to 5 dogs at a time is what it's gonna be, if not more. They have no space to put them,
And all the rest.
in the old building or the new
So
building,
we let
so.
them just run around.
Hold on,
running.
no, that's not what I'm saying, give me a minute.
Yeah.
When the dogs are in there, and if they're private owned, the Humane Society, which we have no control over, will not charge the owner the redeem fee, get them out of here, get them out of here.
No, that's happened.
Okay, we brought in what, 400 dogs, 380 some's dead.
Where does that money from that redeem fee go to?
That goes to the Humane Society, it has nothing to do with us, we don't even set the price.
The only thing we get is the $10 for the
So
tag.
say I bring these 3 dogs in today, and the Humane Society asks when we fill out the card for the dog, who owns them, blah, blah, blah. and I say, Tara Hollis, they're gonna call her, they're gonna look up the tags and call her, and she can come the same day, and they're gonna say, no redeem fee, just take them, we're full, get them out of here. Okay, if I bring in more than 5 dogs, Jen doesn't want that because there's no room, and I understand that.
Right.
But what are we supposed to do?
Not create a chain reaction of not doing your job.
Right,
You need to keep doing your job
okay,
and keep taking it.
okay, and
We'll work on it from the other side.
if I come in like at 9 o'clock at night with 10 dogs and there's no cages, what do I do?
At the Humane Society,
Yes.
I don't think that's your problem at that point.
Which one?
What- what-
Because we don't know.
I mean.
I would be
you're talking
sitting
about
there though with dogs in
here.
the truck, can't unload them, is what I'm saying.
Is there a handout point to Humane Society employees?
Hmm.
If they're not there, what are we talking?
No,
No, they're not there at nighttime with us.
yeah, nighttime.
What do you normally do?
Well.
I mean, you normally have cages, you put them in and they stay there till
Well,
employees come in the next
we've
week.
never had 10 dogs coming in late at night.
Right.
But it could be a possibility that, but not all the beds ain't down. You gotta go back there and mess with the beds, throw them down, put down blankets.
That's because it's your job.
So
It's not my job. No,
That's the humane.
why isn't it your
that's
job?
the Humane Society's job.
If you're bringing dogs, wait a minute, if you're bringing dogs in after hours, that's your job.
It is my job,
Look at
yes.
the beds.
I'm
yes.
talking about the beds and all that other stuff is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about bringing in dogs. I'm talking about the beds and everything.
He's saying it's our job.
But if nobody, it's your job, if your Humane Society's not there, it's your job to do what you're supposed to be doing to take care of them dogs. Period. That's part of your job. I don't care if it's putting beds down, giving a dog a drink of water or dog food. If it's after hours and you bring a dog in there, you just gonna drop him off, not make him make a bed?
No, we do that.
Okay,
We do that. And they gotta have food and water.
yeah.
We do that.
Unless it's a
The
dog that's
problem is
retarded.
the beds are all broke. And so the beds are heavy. So we've got to mess with these beds while we're trying to hold a dog and get these beds straightened out. She had 2 dogs the other day and she had to fight with them while she was getting beds straightened out.
So you make the beds before you bring
Don't.
the dogs in.
That's what I was gonna say. Don't take the dogs out of the cages until you get the beds made up. Would that be a good answer
No.
or solution?
Let me add to this. This is a response I get when I call Sunday. I've got an outdoor wood burner, so I'm up 2 or 3 times outside in the middle of the night with wood in this thing. And one of those white dogs come beelining around the house, snarling and growling at me Sunday morning, 6 to 10 a.m. My response I got from them this morning on the phone, did you take pictures? Now, I'm sorry, but I've been told, she's been basically told carry a gun out to your car. Now I'm being told carry a gun out to your wood burner with the phone in your other hand. It kind of makes it a little bit hard to put wood in a wood burner.
We asked to take pictures because we didn't see the stuff. So,
You want to see them?
If they ask you to take pictures, they ask you to take pictures because now they can say the dogs were not on that people's, were on somebody else's property and not theirs.
So I've got buku pictures.
I have them, Tim. They're all right here.
I'm talking about the ones from Sunday and the ones.
Oh.
But I'm not gonna go out there at 3 or 6 to 10 in the morning with a gun and a camera in my hand.
Then what do you want me to do?
I want you to do something about the dogs that's roaming the entire
If I
neighborhood.
take them, that's what I was just telling you. They
Okay,
get them back.
let me ask you this. That dog attacked one of our dogs and drew blood. Have you got the right to quarantine that dog to be sure that dog doesn't have any diseases?
No, they don't bite a
Quarantines
person.
for a dog.
And you know what? The health department doesn't have us fill out quarantine papers anymore. They do it. They sent out a letter. They stopped us from doing that.
They did that a while ago.
It sounds like there's some dog warden laws that need to be changed around a little bit.
But, and it ain't up to us
If
to
it's
do
causing you
it.
guys to not be able to do
It
your
is
job.
causing that.
our fines are $25, sir.
Yeah,
What's
plus more
$25?
costs.
This is on the tails of a court case being thrown out by a judge. That was what was supposed to happen.
Yes.
This was all supposed to go in
What
front
was
of the judge.
supposed to happen was back in November, supposed to put a stop to these dogs coming down in my yard and chasing kids back in and attacking my dogs. That's what was supposed to happen.
So I was,
November.
Go ahead, Ryan.
sir, I was out at Mr. Parrott's house on the 13th of January. Here it is, what time, date?
21st.
21st. I filed my citations with no pictures that Mr. Parrott said he had. And I gave him my business card to have him send them that day or the next day. We hadn't received them until this morning.
And what do you want?
These citations got filed. with no
What you walk
evidence.
around my yard and do, Ryan?
I got
Just pictures.
pictures of some
Feathers, blood,
and one
the
dry.
other dog's tail.
But the judge wants to see the dog in the pictures.
I don't go out and, you know what we was doing that night? We were chopping ice out of my driveway, okay? Now, I don't know how you function, but I'm sitting here with a shovel like this, I'm not going.
Well, I would have stopped long enough to take a picture of the dog, so that's how I function.
This happened quick.
But you told me.
The dog attacked my dog, and the other dog ran around the house with a chicken in its mouth.
Well, sir, you told me you had pictures.
I had pictures of the same stuff you took pictures of.
Okay, so we have charges filed on, that you're gonna refile.
Yes.
And you have charges filed on somebody
Terror House.
from the 13th. Okay,
Can I just use an example or something?
yes.
I got a paper from the court, you brought it in, I think, last week, Thursday or Friday-ish. Anyway, they dismissed the case without me even appearing. And it was a dog being removed with a hostile situation on 4th Street.
It was a cruelty.
It was a cruelty, okay? The dog's ears were all eat up, there was hardly any hair, the skin was awful. Okay, it was dismissed, we didn't even go in front of the judge. Didn't even ask me any questions from the lawyer. Poof, gone. That happened in November on the 11th. So the woman comes in after everything's dismissed, want her dog back. Well, the dog ain't there. They only hold them 3 days.
Continue doing your jobs,
Okay.
what you're supposed to do, and leave the court stuff up to the court.
I got a question.
That's the same thing I've done when I was at the police department, same thing I did at the sheriff's office. Do your job and let the courts decide what their job is going to do.
Okay.
If you continue doing your job, you can tell the public then, I've done my job.
Okay.
This is the job I've done. I've taken them dogs from point A and put them in point B. The people came and got the dogs, I can't stop. It's just like somebody paying a bond.
Yeah.
You go to jail, you're guaranteed a bond.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
like a bond.
I'll refile all of them.
I got a question about this whole thing here, because some of this isn't adding up. You said you went to court, nobody showed up, and they said that she had already been in there, and that's why they got dismissed?
Yes.
Did you
Jason
show
Miller
up on
told me
time?
that. Yes, I did. I was early.
Okay, but you
She
called me
did.
the day before saying it was continued, so
Yeah.
why did you show up?
Because I went in to make sure. I've been told they were canceled before. And walked in and had court.
I don't think you never be able to go to court just to be sure if it already.
I'm in court all the time, Tim. I have
You're
hundreds of
spending hundreds
cases.
of hills picking up some vicious dogs.
Okay, we are.
Rudy, thank you.
See you later.
Okay, you Jack, thank you.
Thanks. See you later.
On one hand, I can understand how aggravating it would be having my dogs attacked.
Yes, I understand it
We do
too.
too.
But thing of it is,
The charges being dismissed has nothing to do with you guys.
Yeah, the system's working against you.
Has nothing to do with you guys. You guys continue doing your job. Yes, the Humane Society has no room for,
No.
it's just like Mary and Joseph, they had no room in the inn. We got no,
Yeah, that's mainly because I'm not really in that situation. I haven't dealt with it much, but I will tell you, when this all started, that I was still very new, that I have heard of him in all the situations. But he would always send any pictures straight to Pam's personal phone. Well, she blocked his phone number and prevented him from doing that, and at that point, we got really hardly any pictures, and if we did, it was like nothing.
he didn't get no,
He doesn't
any
email us
pictures.
at all.
Then he called
can't
the
text
meeting
us,
with
he
you
doesn't
guys.
send any evidence,
No.
and
he's called me about 3 times.
Yeah. He was blowing my phone up, day, night, weekend.
He called me about 3 times And he called me, there was something Sunday,
Yeah, something.
he called me Sunday about that was going on.
It sounds like people need to have a way to submit pictures to you guys, if that's what you have to
Well,
have.
it's on.
If that's what you have to have for evidence.
Yes.
I mean, if they were sending stuff to your personal phone and you don't want it, you block that, then they don't have a way to do that, it sounds to me.
We gave him the office email, Brad.
No, he got my email. I even called him back. He called me, one day last week and I told him, I says, hey,
Not everybody knows how to pull a picture off of a phone and put it on an email. Okay, so maybe that's something we need to think about, is providing a phone for the office, a cell phone for the office that you can use to get these calls and get these pictures and stuff like that. Then you can pull them off and print them for your case. I mean, we need to make this easier for folks that are having issues. But when they say, we can't get a hold of you, don't return our calls, you don't do this, you don't do that. And you know that since I've been the county administrator, I've heard this a lot. We've talked about this before. So, I mean, I wouldn't want somebody sending me that stuff all the time on my personal cell phone either.
no, and they've done it to me
My
too.
phone
I hate
number,
it.
my personal phone number's on the website, and I get a lot of calls all the time about stuff in the county. It's just the way it is, but I don't have to deal with the kind of things that you do every day, so.
Is there a data line or something that we can hook up that they can send text pictures?
Well, I was
Let's wait till they get that building done.
That's the new building, yeah.
You know, who knows when that building's gonna be done?
Well, they get mad when they call anytime. even
We call it, it's
today,
not that we don't call
Because
them
they
back.
can't get an answer.
Right.
Yeah, they may not
Most
answer
people,
us.
If
I
you
mean,
felt
we
like you were
call.
having, if you felt like you were having an emergency,
Mhm.
you know, if I had to go out every day and I was worried that some pit bull was gonna come and bite me in the leg every day, I would want somebody to come and take care of it right away. They don't wanna wait 3 days for somebody to call back. I get that. I mean, we get a lot of calls and your people are upset. Gotta learn to diffuse, gotta learn to accept what they're saying. Everybody carries a bag of rocks and nobody knows how big that bag of rocks is that you're dealing with when you answer that call.
It's just that, yeah, we can take dogs. And that's part of your job.
Yep.
But we can't use the excuse of there's no room at the inn.
Okay.
We have to figure something out.
Yeah, that's a handoff we gotta recommend.
And we'll need to talk about the
Well,
bed.
and most of the
Dogs in
time-
Leave the dogs in the cage, then get the bed out and
Yep.
bring the dog to the.
When
Wow.
Tim has seen these dogs loose, by the time we get there, they live right across the road from each other. The dogs are back home, so we can't remove them legally.
I told him that.
Okay.
And that's where we need
And I-
someplace for those text pictures to go.
Yeah.
And
I
we
told
can take right there on the spot, the evidence is in your hands.
Yeah.
And I told him the same thing. I said, if them dogs come in and kill one of them chickens or kill the chickens, something like that, you can shoot the dog.
Well,
You can
that's
realize.
what I
He
told
said,
him.
he said, well, Pam told me that. And I said, so why?
Are you calling him? I even told him that. He
Chickens
says,
are
well,
livestock.
I don't carry a gun with me. Well, after all this time, you'd think he would because these dogs are so vicious. The dogs are not vicious. I'm sorry. I've been out there, they're husky and
Well, my thing, sir, is if he was picking ice in his driveway and a dog come after him the other day, why didn't he just use a shovel? Sir, I would.
I'm not gonna answer that. Cause I can't tell you what somebody's thought was of not using the shovel.
Are we done? Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Question, and this has nothing to do with this. You look really familiar to me. Did you used to go to Southeastern a lot and
Yes.
basketball games?
Yeah, he did.
He's terrible.
You guys have a great day.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, see you later.
Thanks, Brad.
I thought you said that wasn't gonna take very long.
What's that?
I thought you said that wasn't gonna take very long.
I didn't think of that. Never know with these. I saw Jeff out there. We're gonna go into executive session, I guess, when Jeff looks at here and Brad.
So you have to leave.
Thanks, Jeff's here.
Yeah, bring him on in.
If you need anything else, get a hold of us, get a hold of Brad or Kathy, call the office and they'll help you out. And They know more about what's going on
Thank you for having me.
than. Thank you.
See you, gentlemen.
See you later.
See you in March.
Okay, buddy, enjoy it. Are we done on,
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
going to executive session?
Executive
Yeah, we're gonna
session
make that-
at 12 noon.
Yes, got a question?
Let's see.
I guess they didn't wanna